Hello there, insomniacs, sleepwalkers, and those just generally restless souls. Welcome back to Hollow Midnight, where we delve into the utterly mundane, the subtly peculiar, and the oddly soothing corners of existence, all designed to gently distract your mind as the hours tick by. If you find yourself in that liminal space between waking and slumber, consider joining our peculiar little community by subscribing to the channel. We're always here, a quiet murmur in the stillness of your night. Tonight, we begin our exploration of a truly vexing question. What if you sneezed during a sacred dream ceremony? Chapter 1. The sacred dream ceremony. To truly appreciate the delicate social engineering that could be unraveled by a simple nasal exhalation, one must first understand the bedrock upon which the entire society of the Somnian people was built. The sacred dream ceremony. This was not merely a spiritual observance, not simply a quaint tradition passed down through generations. No, months. For the Somnian, the ceremony was the very loom upon which the fabric of their daily lives, their laws, their harvests, and even their personal fates were woven. It was as fundamental as the air they breathed, perhaps even more so, given the perpetual, rather thick, misty atmosphere of their homeland. The Whispering Veil. The origins of the sacred dream ceremony were, like many things of profound importance, shrouded in the kind of soft, comforting historical mist that allowed for multiple, equally compelling interpretations. The most widely accepted narrative, taught from the earliest years in the hushed, incense-laced nurseries, spoke of the Great Awakening. Centuries ago, or perhaps millennia, the Somnian ancestors found themselves adrift, literally and figuratively. Their land had been consumed by a creeping, sentient moss that rendered crops barren, water undrinkable, and communication impossible beyond a few feet. It was a time of starvation, despair, and an unnerving, all-encompassing silence. Then, one fateful moonless night, so the scrolls described, the entire remaining populace, huddled in a desperate final communal gathering, fell into an identical, shared slumber. In this collective dream, a vision manifested, a shimmering verdant grove untouched by the moss, and a precise, intricate map of how to reach it. When they awoke, the dream was vivid in every mind, the map imprinted. They followed its silent, intuitive guidance and indeed found the grove, a sanctuary that became the foundation of their new city, Somnia, built deep within the Whispering Veil. From that day forward, dreams were not just fleeting nocturnal narratives, but the literal lifeline, the divine conduit through which the ancestors, or perhaps the very essence of the veil itself, communicated guidance and wisdom. Thus, the sacred dream ceremony was born, meticulously crafted over generations into a ritual of almost suffocating precision. It was performed biannually, during the cycles of the deep slumber and the light awakening, which corresponded to the periods of planting and harvesting. The significance was monumental. All major societal decisions, from the allocation of water rights to the selection of new council members, from the declaration of intertribal treaties to the very scheduling of family visits, were ultimately validated, if not outright dictated, by the collective dreams harvested during these ceremonies. A successful ceremony meant a bountiful harvest, peaceful relations, clear laws, and general prosperity. A failed one, however, was unthinkable, a concept so anathema to the Somnian way of life that it was rarely even whispered aloud. The very idea of an unguided existence was a terror too profound to contemplate. The ceremony itself was an intricate dance of preparation, purification, and collective, unconscious immersion. Weeks prior, the entire community engaged in a regimen of dietary restriction, consuming only the purest, most bland gruel derived from the resilient whispering root. Their bodies were cleansed with herbal baths, their minds quieted with long periods of meditative silence. They were encouraged to detach from earthly concerns, to shed the anxieties of the day, and to prepare their subconscious minds to be receptive vessels. The High Dream Weaver, the eldest and most revered spiritual leader, meticulously oversaw every detail, from the precise temperature of the anointing oils to the exact number of burning dream incense sticks in the Grand Dream Chamber. The Grand Dream Chamber was not grand in the conventional sense of towering ceilings or opulent decorations. It was, in fact, a subterranean cavern, vast and naturally resonant, carved from the same ancient stone that had cradled the Somnian people since the Great Awakening. Its walls were smooth, cool, and devoid of embellishment. The floor was covered in a thick, velvety moss, meticulously cultivated, that absorbed sound and seemed to hum with a subtle, almost imperceptible energy. In the center lay the communal dream mat, a colossal weave of finely spun gossamer threads from the moon petal plant, known for its mild sedative properties and its luminescence in the faintest light. Participants, carefully selected from across all social strata to ensure a truly representative collective unconscious, would lie upon this mat, arranged in concentric circles, their heads facing inward. Each participant had undergone a rigorous vetting process, not for their social standing or intellect, but for the purity and stillness of their inner spirit. For any flicker of uncontrolled thought or unbidden agitation could, it was believed, disrupt the delicate tapestry of the shared dreamscape. The chamber's air was kept at a precise temperature, a cool, slightly damp chill that encouraged a deep, unperturbed slumber. The only light emanated from the slow-burning dream incense, spiraling wisps of pale blue smoke that drifted lazily upwards, carrying with them the faint, sweet scent of night-blooming jasmine and the earthy aroma of ancient roots. The hum of the chamber, a low, continuous resonance produced by unseen geological forces, was said to attune the sleeper's brains to a singular receptive frequency. Once all were settled, the high dream weaver, along with a cadre of silent, robed assistants, would move through the concentric circles, administering a single drop of the elixir of profound slumber onto the forehead of each participant. This elixir, a secret concoction passed down through generations of weavers, was believed to facilitate the deep, communal sleep necessary for the shared dream vision to manifest. It was powerful yet gentle, inducing a slumber so profound that even the slightest external stimulus, like a stray breeze or the distant call of a night creature, seemed utterly incapable of penetrating its depths. Or so they thought. The participants, once settled, would drift into this cultivated unconsciousness, their breathing becoming shallow, their expressions serene. The entire community, those not chosen for the collective dream, would gather outside the chamber, in the antechamber, sitting in silent vigil, offering their own quiet prayers for a clear vision, for a dream that would guide them for the next cycle. The antechamber was equally solemn, filled with the hushed anticipation of a people whose very existence depended on the successful unfurling of the subconscious. They waited, sometimes for hours, sometimes for an entire day-night cycle, in absolute reverent silence. This was the moment when the Somnian world held its breath, when the past whispered to the future through the ephemeral realm of shared visions. The success of the ceremony was paramount, a matter of collective life and death, an act of faith that had sustained their civilization through countless turns of the moon and shifts of the seasons. Any disruption was not merely inconvenient, it was an existential threat, an unpardonable transgression against the very essence of their guided existence. The possibility of such a disruption, however, was so remote, so unfathomable, that it simply was not a concept that any Somnian had ever truly considered, not in their wildest or dullest waking hours. Chapter 2. The rules of silence. The reverence surrounding the sacred dream ceremony was not merely a matter of solemn tradition. It was codified into a system of rules so rigid and pervasive that it dictated almost every aspect of Somnian public and private conduct, particularly concerning the generation of noise. The uninitiated might assume that the primary goal of silence was simply to avoid waking the participants from their profound slumber, a practical concern in any attempt to facilitate rest. However, for the Somnian people, the rationale was far more intricate, deeply rooted in their unique understanding of the universe and the delicate balance of their existence. It was not merely about avoiding disturbance. It was about maintaining the ethereal integrity of the collective unconscious, preventing any ripple of earthly dissonance from polluting the pure stream of ancestral wisdom. The Somnians believed, with an unwavering faith, that the collective dreamscape was not merely a shared mental space, but a fragile, energetic conduit. It was akin to a vast, shimmering lake that reflected the light of the guiding spirits, or the deep-seated wisdom of the whispering veil itself. Any external vibration, any sudden sharp sound, was perceived not just as an audible disruption, but as a literal ripple across this sacred surface, distorting the reflections, blurring the visions, and potentially shattering the delicate connection. A single, uncontrolled sound could introduce chaotic static into the psychic broadcast, rendering the sacred guidance muddled, misinterpreted, or, horrifyingly, entirely absent. This was why the rules of silence were not just rules. They were commandments, etched into the very core of Somnian education and spiritual practice from the moment a child learned to speak. The preparation for the ceremony, as previously noted, extended for weeks. But the focus on silence became absolute in the final days leading up to the event. Participants, once sequestered, entered a state of enforced vocal and physical stillness. They communicated through precise, prearranged hand gestures. Their movements slowed to an almost imperceptible crawl, their footsteps hushed by the thick, sound-absorbing moss paths that wound through the ceremonial compounds. Even the intake of breath was regulated, short, shallow inhalations and slow, controlled exhalations were practiced to minimize any audible sighs or rasps. The cough, that involuntary betrayal of the respiratory system, was considered a particular horror. Specialized bitter herbal lozenges, derived from the silence vine, were mandatory for all participants, designed to suppress any tickle in the throat, any nascent cough that might threaten the purity of the chamber. These lozenges had a taste that lingered, a dry, chalky astringency that coated the mouth and made talking, even whispering, an unpleasant experience, an ironic secondary effect that served the primary purpose well. But of all potential sonic transgressions, the sneeze stood paramount as the most feared, the most utterly taboo. A sneeze, with its explosive, unpredictable force, its sudden expulsion of air and bodily fluids, was seen as the ultimate affront to the sanctity of the dream space. It was not merely a sound, it was a physical eruption, a visceral rejection of internal control, a primal outburst that could, in the Somnian worldview, tear a literal hole in the fabric of the communal dream. It was a failure of the body to submit to the will, a betrayal of the spirit's quest for tranquility. To sneeze during the ceremony was not just an accident. It was an act of profound spiritual negligence, an indication that one's inner being was not truly attuned, not truly pure enough for the sacred communion. To combat this specific catastrophic possibility, the Somnian people had developed an array of rather peculiar, yet diligently observed, preventative measures. Weeks before the ceremony, participants underwent a nasal purification ritual. This involved a daily rinsing of the nasal passages with a saline solution with the extract of the clear breath reed, a plant known for its antihistamine properties. They also consumed vast quantities of stillness tea, a brew rumored to calm not only the nervous system, but also the hyperreactive membranes of the nose and throat. More extreme measures were sometimes taken by those particularly prone to seasonal sniffles, a minor, non-invasive acupressure technique applied by the high dream weaver's assistants to specific points behind the ears, designed to temporarily numb the inner nasal cavity and suppress the sneeze reflex. There were even whispered, ancient tales of certain individuals, known as the unsneezables, who, through generations of rigorous self-discipline and perhaps some fortunate genetic predisposition, had allegedly achieved a state where they simply could not sneeze, even when tickled by the most aggressive dust mote. These individuals were held in almost legendary reverence, their very nasal passages considered holy. The selection process for participants in the sacred dream ceremony was therefore excruciatingly rigorous, far beyond any intellectual or social vetting. Candidates were observed for months, sometimes even years, for the slightest bodily tic, the most infrequent sniffle, the most unconscious shift of weight, a nervous cough during a communal meal, an unbidden yawn during a quiet gathering. Even the faintest audible swallow could disqualify an otherwise esteemed individual. The ideal participant was someone of such profound inner stillness that their very presence seemed to absorb sound, their movements as fluid and silent as drifting mist. They were in essence chosen not for what they dig, but for what they did not do. They did not fidget, did not sigh, and most crucially, they did not sneeze. The consequences of breaking the silence, particularly with a sneeze, were not often discussed openly, primarily because the concept itself was so anathema. It was a scenario too dire, too destructive to ponder in concrete terms. However, the societal understanding was clear. A disrupted ceremony meant a failed ceremony. A failed ceremony meant no clear guidance from the shared dreamscape. Without this guidance, the Somnian world would descend into an almost unimaginable chaos. Imagine a society where every major decision, from the precise timing of the harvest to the adjudication of property disputes, hinged on a single, divinely inspired collective vision. Now, imagine that vision is clouded, fragmented, or entirely absent. Laws would become ambiguous, leading to rampant injustice. Crops would fail due to ill-timed planting or harvesting. Social structures would fray without the unifying spiritual mandate. It was not hyperbole to say that the very survival of the Somnian people depended on the immaculate silence of the dream chamber. For the individual who committed such an unthinkable transgression, the repercussions were profound, though often subtle. There would be no public flogging, no imprisonment in a dark cell. Somnian society, preferring spiritual purity over crude physical punishment, had a more insidious method of retribution. An individual who caused a disruption, especially a sneeze, would immediately lose their attunement. This meant they would be forever barred from participating in any future sacred dream ceremonies, their subconscious deemed irreparably tainted, their presence a potential source of future contamination. But the loss went deeper. They would be subtly, gently, but irrevocably ostracized from the collective consciousness. Their opinions, though still heard, would carry no weight. Their presence in gatherings would be acknowledged, but their insights dismissed. Their spiritual energy, once part of the communal tapestry, would be seen as a frayed thread, incapable of connection. They would become an echo, a person whose words resonated only faintly, whose dreams were forever solitary and unshared, their very existence a quiet, persistent reminder of the fragility of order. Children would be quietly warned to emulate their silence, never their unfortunate fate. The cultural memory held but one truly documented account of a major sonic disruption, the so-called Great Snuffle of the Sixth Cycle. It was not a sneeze, but a protracted, uncontrollable series of sniffles from an unfortunate elder, afflicted with a sudden, debilitating pollen allergy during a particularly harsh flowering season. The legend claimed that the subsequent dream vision was so convoluted and contradictory that it led the Somnian people to plant their staple crop, the sun grain, upside down for an entire cycle, resulting in a devastating famine that nearly shattered their civilization. While later, more pragmatic historians might argue that the famine was simply due to an unusually severe drought, the tale served its purpose, cementing the catastrophic potential of any noise, however small or involuntary, during the sacred dream ceremony. It ensured that every Somnian, from the youngest infant to the most wizened elder, understood that silence was not merely golden. It was the very essence of their guided existence, and any breach, however minor, carried the weight of communal doom. The unspoken terror of the sneeze thus hung perpetually in the air, a silent, powerful guardian of the Somnian way of life. Chapter 3. The unfortunate sneeze among the chosen few to lie upon the communal dream mat for the cycle of the deep slumber was Kale. Kale was not particularly remarkable, nor did they possess any exceptional qualities beyond a profound, almost obsessive, dedication to the principles of Somnian silence. Indeed, Kale was perhaps the most unremarkable individual ever selected for the sacred dream ceremony, which, ironically, made them an ideal candidate. They possessed no grand ambitions that might stir the subconscious, no volatile passions that might ripple through the communal dreamscape, and most importantly, they were, to all outward appearances, a paragon of quietude. Their life had been a deliberate cultivation of stillness, a conscious effort to blend into the soft, sound-absorbing moss of Somnian society. Yet Kale harbored a secret, a persistent, tickling vulnerability that had haunted their every waking moment since the day their name had been announced by the High Dream Weaver. Kale was, unfortunately, prone to sneezing. It was not a constant affliction, not a chronic sniffle or a permanent allergy. It was more insidious. Kale suffered from what the herbalists referred to as the errant dust sensitivity, a peculiar condition wherein microscopic motes of a certain type of valley moss, though seemingly harmless to most, could, at the most inopportune moments, trigger a sudden, explosive nasal expulsion. Kale had spent their entire life meticulously avoiding these motes, becoming an unwitting expert in air currents and the subtle shifts of particulate matter. They cleaned their living space with fanatical zeal. Their robes were brushed daily to remove any clinging fibers, and their breath was always drawn through the finest weave of filtering cloth. For weeks leading up to the ceremony, Kale had doubled down on their preventative measures. They had rinsed their nasal passages with the clear breath reed solution until their nostrils felt raw, ingested so much stillness tea that their internal organs felt perpetually calm, and had even submitted to the acupressure points behind their ears with an almost masochistic eagerness, enduring the dull ache for the promise of utter nasal tranquility. Their primary fear was not of the dream itself, nor of the heavy responsibility, but of the sudden, involuntary eruption that could unravel everything. They had even practiced in the privacy of their hushed dwelling the nearly impossible feat of no-tea sneezing when a feather was held directly beneath their nose. The success rate had been variable. Now as Kale lay upon the communal dream mat, cocooned in the thick, velvety moon-petal gossamer, the elixir of profound slumber seeping into their consciousness, a terrifying awareness began to dawn. The chamber was a symphony of silence, a vacuum of sound so complete that Kale could almost hear the slow, deliberate pulse of their own blood, the soft hiss of their lungs drawing air. The cool, damp chill permeated their robes, soothing their skin, but a different kind of chill was creeping into their nasal passages. It began as the faintest tickle, a phantom feather brushing the inside of their nostril, so subtle that Kale initially dismissed it as a residual effect of the acupressure or the lingering taste of the silence lozenges. But it persisted, growing with an insidious, creeping certainty. Kale focused every ounce of their being on suppressing it. They tried to breathe shallowly, to halt the very intake of air. They pinched their nose internally, willing the membranes to retract, to cease their irritating vibration. They clenched every muscle in their body, hoping to somehow redirect the ascending pressure, to transform the building internal tremor into anything but the dreaded AACHU. Pi down! Pi! Their minds screamed at their body, a silent, desperate plea for obedience. Note now, not here, not in the heart of the sacred stillness. The Elixir, rather than lulling them into oblivion, seemed to sharpen their internal awareness, trapping them in a horrifying, hyperconscious state of impending physiological rebellion. They felt the air begin to collect, a strange building pressure behind their eyes, a tightening in their chest, an involuntary arching of their back. Their eyes, though closed, seemed to water internally. The sweet, cloying scent of the night-blooming jasmine incense, usually so calming, now seemed to mock them, its gentle tendrils of smoke perhaps carrying precisely the errant dust mote they so feared. The hum of the chamber, that low, continuous resonance meant to attune their brains, now seemed to amplify the internal chaos, turning the faint tickle into a raw, undeniable irritation. Kay felt their facial muscles tense, their lips beginning to part, the breath hitching in their throat. This was it. This was the moment. All the meticulous preparation, all the years of careful avoidance, all the hopes of the Somnian people, were about to be undone by a single uncontrollable reflex. The irony was so bitter, it almost choked them. To be chosen for the purest act of communal attunement, only to become the very vessel of its rupture. The absurdity was almost comical, if it weren't so utterly terrifying. Then it happened. Not a quiet, dignified cough. Not a gentle sniffle. It was a full-bodied, earth-shattering, soul-rending waku. The sound, amplified by the cavern's natural resonance, tore through the profound silence like a physical rending. It was not merely loud. It was wrong. It ripped through the carefully cultivated stillness, a violent, vulgar eruption in a space designed for ultimate serenity. Kyle felt the shockwave reverberate through the communal dream mat beneath them, a shudder that seemed to ripple through the very ground. The brief, sharp exhalation of air, the involuntary muscular contraction, the spray of minuscule droplets, all felt monstrously enormous in the vacuum of the chamber. It was a sound that had no place in their world, a primal, untamed shriek in a realm of hushed whispers. For a moment, an eternity, the silence that followed was even more deafening than the sneeze itself. It was a silence that carried the weight of 1,000 unspoken accusations, a million shattered hopes. Keo, though still lying with closed eyes, felt the collective breath of every other participant halt, then subtly shift. They could sense, with a chilling certainty, the immediate, profound disruption. The delicate tapestry of the shared dreamscape, which had been in the first tender stages of weaving, felt as if it had been struck by a bolt of lightning, the threads instantly frayed, burned, and disconnected. The pervasive, soothing hum of the chamber seemed to falter, then continued, but now it sounded different, a low, ominous growl rather than a comforting purr. Kale's mind, which had moments ago been fighting a desperate, losing battle against a physiological reflex, was now consumed by a tidal wave of mortification and despair. The high dream weaver who had been standing at the edge of the communal mat, a beacon of serene watchfulness, must have frozen. Keo could almost feel the sag of their shoulders, the slow, silent turning of their head, the crushing weight of their disappointment. The other participants, each a paragon of quietude and inner peace, must surely have felt the sudden, jarring intrusion, the violent tearing of the psychic connection they were so meticulously attempting to forge. The elixir of profound slumber, meant to deepen their collective unconscious, instead seemed to have merely magnified the sonic transgression, embedding its jarring echo deep into the nascent dream states of every Somnian present. Kale knew, with an absolute gut-wrenching certainty, that they had not only ruined the ceremony, but had also irrevocably ruined their own existence. The attunement was gone, forever severed. They would be an echo, a voiceless presence in a society built on shared consciousness. The image of the sun grain planted upside down, the devastating famine of the Great Snuffle, flashed through their mind with vivid, terrifying clarity. This was worse. This was not a prolonged series of sniffles. This was a singular, explosive, defiant snitze, a direct assault on the very purity of the dream chamber. They had not merely disrupted the guidance, they had shattered the conduit. They had introduced chaos where only order was permitted. They had, in essence, brought the unpredictable, messy reality of the physical world crashing into the ethereal, pristine realm of the communal dream. The terrifying thought was not just of their own ostracization, but of the wider ramifications, the unclear laws, the failed harvests, the frayed social structures, the potential descent into unguided chaos. All of it springing from a single, involuntary spasm of their nasal passages. Cale lay there, paralyzed by a shame so profound it felt like a physical weight pressing them into the dream mat. The irony was suffocating. Their entire life had been a quest for stillness, and in the moment of their ultimate test, they had failed spectacularly, publicly, and with an irreversible finality that resonated through the very stone of the chamber. The cool air now felt frigid, the scent of jasmine nauseating, the hum of the chamber a mocking drone. They waited, not for judgment, for the judgment had already been delivered by the resounding echo of their own bodily betrayal, but for the quiet, inevitable unraveling that would surely follow. The Somnian world, suspended in a precarious balance for generations, now teetered on the edge, all because of an unfortunate, uncontrollable sneeze. Chapter 4. The gasps of the elders, the resonating echo of Cale's sneeze slowly, painfully, dissipated into the ancient stone of the grand dream chamber. What followed was not a sudden flurry of movement or a cacophony of alarmed cries. That would have been too straightforward, too human in its immediate chaos. Instead, there was a deepening, almost suffocating silence. It was the kind of silence that held its breath, suspended in disbelief. A silence so profound that it seemed to absorb all light and sound, leaving only the chilling awareness of what had just transpired. For Cale, still lying rigid on the moon-petal mat, their eyes squeezed shut in an agony of self-loathing, this silence was far more terrifying than the explosive betrayal of their own body. It was the silence of a world holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable cataclysmic unraveling. The elixir of profound slumber was powerful, designed to shepherd the conscious mind into the communal dreamscape, not to allow for sudden, dramatic awakenings. Yet, even through its gentle haze, the jarring nature of Cale's sneeze had rippled through the semi-conscious forms on the mat. One participant, an older woman known for her perpetually serene expression, felt a sudden, inexplicable tremor deep within her chest, a phantom jolt that momentarily seized her heart. Another, a young man whose face was usually a mask of placid readiness for the dream, felt a peculiar internal shudder, as if a finely tuned instrument had abruptly fallen out of sync. Their conscious minds, dulled by the elixir, couldn't process the source of the disturbance, but their deeper, intuitive selves registered the profound, sacrilegious rupture. It was like a sudden, grating chord in a perfectly harmonious symphony, a discordant note that resonated not in the ears, but in the very core of their dreaming potential. Their gasps, therefore, were not audible intakes of breath, but internal seizures of dread, an unspoken collective recognition of a desecration. The High Dreamweaver, however, was not bound by the elixir, their role one of vigilant guidance, not immersion. Elder Palin, their face a roadmap of ancient wisdom and countless successful ceremonies, had been positioned at the exact center of the outermost ring of sleepers, their back ramrod straight, their eyes, though heavy-lidded, fixed on the ethereal wisps of dream incense smoke spiraling towards the cavern ceiling. At the exact moment of Cale's eruption, Elder Palin's spine, which had been so perfectly aligned, seemed to shorten by an almost imperceptible fraction. It was not a physical flinch, more a subtle compaction, as if the very air around them had been momentarily sucked away. Their breath, which had been regulated to a slow, almost non-existent whisper, hitched, not with a gasp of air, but with a silent internal implosion. Elder Palin's eyes, Ancient pools of quiet observation did not snap open, but rather widened by a fraction of a millimeter, revealing a glint of pure, unadulterated horror. It was a look not of anger, but of devastating spiritual anguish. The expression of someone witnessing the fundamental laws of their universe being rewritten by an errant bodily function. Small cadre of robed assistants, who stood like silent statues along the perimeter of the chamber, were similarly afflicted. Their function was to be unseen, unheard, and unreactive. They moved with the deliberate, flowing grace of shadows, their lives devoted to the maintenance of the ceremony's sanctity. But even their practiced stillness was briefly, irrevocably shattered. One assistant, whose sole task was to ensure the precise burning rate of the dream incense, felt a sudden, involuntary tightening in their stomach, a sensation akin to cold iron clenching around their gut. Their hand, poised above a glowing ember, trembled minutely, causing a single infinitesimally small fleck of ash to detach and drift towards the moss-covered floor. This was, in the context of the chamber's absolute control, an earthquake. Another assistant, whose gaze was usually fixed on the rhythmic rise and fall of the sleepers' chests, felt a cold sweat prickle their brow. Their mind, normally a blank slate awaiting instruction, was suddenly flooded with a dizzying rush of questions. What was that? Where did it come from? How could it be? The absurdity of the situation, the profound unlikelihood of such a catastrophic event, collided with the absolute undeniable reality of the sound. The rules against sound were so ingrained, so utterly fundamental, that a violation of this magnitude was akin to witnessing the sky suddenly turn green or the whispering veil's mist suddenly catch fire. It simply could not happen. And yet it had. For a long, agonizing stretch of time, no one moved. No one spoke. The silence that had followed the sneeze was a living entity, heavy and suffocating, pressing down on all present, forcing them to confront the unthinkable. Kale, locked in their own private hell of self-condemnation, could feel the psychic weight of the collective shock. The air in the chamber, once cool and inviting, now felt like a shroud. The sweet scent of jasmine, meant to soothe, now seemed cloying and oppressive, a mocking reminder of the shattered tranquility. The continuous, low hum of the chamber, previously a comforting, almost maternal drone, now sounded like a funeral dirge, a mournful lament for the lost dream. Outside the grand dream chamber, in the antechamber where the rest of the Somnian community maintained their silent vigil, the impact was felt without being heard. The antechamber, though separate, was attuned to the energies of the main chamber. The prayers and hopes of the gathered Somnians were meant to feed into the dreamscape, fortifying it, lending it collective spiritual power. But suddenly, almost simultaneously, a wave of profound unease rippled through the waiting populace. It was not a sound, but a disturbance in the stillness, a sudden chill that seemed to penetrate to the bone, a peculiar, inexplicable sense of dread that settled over them like a thick, cold fog. Heads, which had been bowed in meditation, subtly lifted, eyes opening slowly, scanning the faces of their neighbors with unspoken questions. A mother, cradling her infant, felt her milk suddenly recede. A seasoned farmer, whose mind was typically occupied with the rhythmic cycle of the earth, felt a sudden, inexplicable premonition of barren fields. The high dream weaver's apprentice, a young man named Aaron, who was usually a paragon of stoic calm, felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine, a feeling akin to cold water being poured onto hot coals. He glanced at the closed, ancient doors of the chamber, a flicker of something close to terror in his eyes. He knew, with the chilling certainty of those deeply attuned to the spiritual currents, that something had gone terribly, irrevocably wrong. The communal dream, their lifeline, their very guide, had been violently disturbed. The collective unconscious, rather than coalescing into a clear vision, now felt fractured, a jumbled mess of static and competing signals. The invisible fabric of their society had not just frayed. It felt as if it had been ripped asunder. Inside the chamber, Elder Palin finally, almost imperceptibly, moved. Their ancient, gnarled hand, which had been resting on their knee, slowly, with an agonizing deliberateness, lifted. Their fingers, trembling with a barely visible tremor, traced a line along their own forehead, the traditional gesture of profound sorrow and spiritual disquiet. It was a gesture rarely seen, reserved only for moments of ultimate catastrophe. The other assistants, seeing this, stiffened further, their internal gasps echoing in the heavy silence. They knew, without a word being spoken, that the worst had come to pass. The unimaginable had occurred. The unthinkable, the sneeze, had happened. And with it, the guiding thread of their existence had been snapped. The profound silence that followed was not just the absence of sound. It was the chilling presence of a future suddenly stripped of its clarity. A future now shrouded in the deepest, most unnerving uncertainty. The Somnian world, which had relied on the meticulous order of ritual, now faced the chaotic, unpredictable aftermath of a single involuntary physiological reflex. The sheer, existential absurdity of it all hung heavy in the air, a testament to the fragile, meticulously constructed edifice of their civilization. Chapter 5. The weight of tradition, the resounding echo of Cale's sneeze, that utterly blasphemous eruption, seemed to reverberate not just through the grand dream chamber, but also through the very core of Cale's being, stripping away layers of conscious thought and plunging them into a familiar, suffocating well of memory. In that agonizing silence, following the unthinkable, Cale's mind reeled back, propelled by the sheer force of the shame, to the earliest moments of their existence, to a life meticulously calibrated to prevent precisely this catastrophe. The weight of Somnian tradition, a burden heavier than any physical stone, settled upon them with crushing finality. Cale's earliest recollections were not of raucous laughter or playful shouts, but of the soft, almost imperceptible murmur of the quiet play nurseries. From infancy, Somnian children were gently guided into a world where silence was not merely absence but a palpable presence, a fundamental building block of reality. Their toys were crafted from soft, fibrous mosses that made no sound when dropped. Their educational scrolls were made of thick, felted paper that turned without rustle, and their instructors, the patient whisperers, communicated through precise, deliberate Handgesturs and the barest exhalation of air that barely disturbed the ambient hum of the veil. Cale remembered learning the silent counting game, where pebbles were moved with agonizing slowness, each touch of stone against felted board utterly noiseless, the success measured not by speed but by the profound absence of sound. Any child who produced an unexpected sound, a sudden gasp of surprise, or even an involuntary gurgle of delight, was not reprimanded with harsh words, but with a look of such deep, quiet disappointment that it pierced deeper than any shout. The fear of being that child, the one who broke the delicate oral harmony, was instilled with a quiet, persistent dread. As Cale grew, the emphasis intensified. Silent studies became the norm, where children sat for hours, absorbing knowledge from shimmering dream projections that flickered silently on the cavern walls. Their only task to process and internalize without a single audible reaction. Debates were conducted through the inner voice method, a complex system of mental projection and reception, taught from an early age, where thoughts were communicated directly from mind to mind, eliminating the need for clumsy, unpredictable spoken words. The very act of speaking aloud was reserved for only the most dire of societal pronouncements, or for the rare, sacred chants of the high dream weaver during ceremonies, a stark reminder of its inherent power and potential for disruption. Cale recalled a lesson where a projection showed a cacophonous, ancient world, full of clanging metals and shouting voices. A horror story designed to illustrate the chaos from which the Somnian ancestors had been delivered. The message was clear. Sound was chaos, silence was order, and order was survival. The concept of the echo was not a threat, but a cultural cautionary tale, a social ghost story whispered in hushed tones around the glowing hearth moss. Kayla remembered their grandmother, a woman whose every movement was as graceful and silent as a falling leaf, describing the fate of an echo. It wasn't about banishment to a physical wilderness. It was a far more terrifying internal exile. An echo's dreams would become fragmented, their thoughts perpetually out of sync with the communal mind. They would find themselves unable to truly connect, their words dismissed as irrelevant, their contributions to the collective thought process simply not registering. They would be seen as a perpetual source of potential dissonance, gently but firmly excluded from any significant societal undertaking. It was a fate worse than physical suffering, for in a society woven from shared consciousness, to be disconnected was to cease to truly exist. Cale, even then, felt a tremor of fear. Their own burgeoning realization of their unique, infuriating susceptibility to the errant dust sensitivity only amplified this existential dread. Cale remembered the first time they felt that telltale tickle, a minor irritation during a communal silent meal. They were perhaps 7 cycles old. A stray spore from a nearby ceiling fungus had wafted down, unnoticed by others. Cale had felt the inevitable build, the uncontrollable tightening. They had squeezed their eyes shut, pinched their nostrils internally, contorted their face in a desperate silent plea to their own rebellious physiology. A small, suppressed huff had escaped, quickly muffled by their hand. But the patient whisperer, who possessed an almost supernatural sensitivity to sound, had stopped, her head tilted almost imperceptibly. No words were spoken, no punishment meted out. But for weeks afterwards, Cale was assigned to the moss cleaning detail, a task requiring meticulous silent attention to detail, observed closely by the whisperer. It was a subtle shaming, a quiet reminder of their imperfection. From that day, Cale became acutely aware of every internal stir, every potential tremor, every possible betrayal of their own body. Their adolescence was marked by an almost scientific pursuit of nasal tranquility. Cale, far from being outwardly rebellious, became a zealot of stillness. They spent countless hours in self-imposed solitary meditation, attempting to bring their autonomic nervous system under conscious control, particularly the elusive sneeze reflex. They practiced the breath of stone, an ancient Somnian exercise meant to slow the breath to an almost imperceptible crawl, believing that a calmer respiratory system might somehow quell the errant irritations. They brewed their own concoctions of stillness tea, experimenting with different ratios of clear breath reed and silence vine, often enduring the lingering bitter taste for hours, hoping for a breakthrough. They even developed an uncanny ability to sense the direction of the slightest breeze, instinctively adjusting their position to avoid any airborne particulates. This wasn't merely a personal quirk. It was an unspoken, lifelong struggle, a silent war against their own biological predisposition in a society that demanded absolute internal purity. The very thought of the legendary unsneezables, those almost mythical beings who had truly conquered the sneeze reflex, filled Cale with both awe and a profound sense of inadequacy. The weight of tradition was not just in the rules, but in the pervasive societal atmosphere. Every public carving, every textile pattern, every measured cadence of the high dream, Weaver's rare pronouncements, spoke of the shared dream, of the guided path, of the ancestors' wisdom flowing through the sacred conduit. The annual festival of Atonement, not a boisterous celebration but a week of intensified silent reflection and communal fasting, reinforced the collective responsibility for the dream's purity. Children were taught historical accounts, not of battles or conquests, but of cycles of clear dreams and periods of fragmented visions, always linking the latter to some forgotten instance of communal dissonance or, God forbid, an individual transgression of the silence. The tale of the great snuffle of the sixth cycle, the prolonged sniffles that led to the upside-down planting of the sun grain and the ensuing famine, was etched into Cale's memory as deeply as any personal experience. It was the ultimate horror story, a stark, chilling reminder that one small involuntary act could doom an entire generation. It wasn't just a story, it was a blueprint for societal collapse, all stemming from a lack of nasal control. When Cale's name was announced for the deep slumber ceremony, the honor was overwhelming, but it was accompanied by a cold, metallic taste of dread. The High Dreamweaver, eyes piercing yet kind, had praised Cale's exemplary quietude, their dedication to stillness, their apparent mastery over their physical form. Cale had accepted the honor with a serene bow, their heart pounding a frantic, silent rhythm against their ribs. The irony was excruciating. They were chosen precisely for the quality they struggled most profoundly to maintain. The weeks leading up to the ceremony had been a torturous intensification of their lifelong battle. Every tickle, every incipient twitch of their nasal passages was magnified into an existential threat. They had practiced the special acupressure techniques until their temples throbbed, consumed the elixir of profound slumber in small, preparatory sips, trying to discern its exact effect on their body, hoping it would utterly nullify any rebellious reflex. They had truly believed, in the quiet, desperate corner of their heart, that they had finally conquered the errant dust sensitivity, that this, of all moments, would be the one where their personal struggle would culminate in triumph, where their lifelong discipline would finally manifest as perfect, absolute stillness. Now lying on the moon-petal mat, the phantom echo of that catastrophic wachu still ringing in the cavern, the weight of all those years of training, all those quiet lessons, all those terrifying stories, all the silent hopes of the Somnian people pressed down on Cale. They had not just failed themselves, they had failed the very foundation of their world. The irony, though bitter, was undeniable. A lifetime spent perfecting silence, only to shatter it in the most sacred of moments, with the most ignominious of noises. The great snuffle had been sniffles. Cale had delivered the ultimate, unpardonable blast. The guiding spirits, the ancestors, the very essence of the whispering veil, must surely be recoiling in horror, their ancient wisdom momentarily deafened by the vulgar shockwave of a sneeze. The future, once so clearly mapped by the collective unconscious, was now, Cale was certain, shrouded in an impenetrable, chaotic fog, all thanks to one errant expulsion of air. Chapter 6. The punishment scrolls the cold, heavy silence of the grand dream chamber, after Cale's catastrophic sneeze, was not merely an absence of sound. It was a vast, echoing chasm into which Cale's mind plunged, tumbling through the collective memory of Somnian society. Every child in Somnia was, from the moment they could comprehend simple narratives, steeped in the cautionary tales of the punishment scrolls. These were not the brittle, ancient parchments detailing laws and lineage, but rather a more insidious collection of recounted societal judgments, passed down orally and through silent dream projections, detailing the fates of those who dared to disrupt the sacred quietude. Cale, lying prostrate on the moon-petal mat, the phantom reverberations of their own bodily betrayal still thrumming in their bones, felt the grim weight of these stories settle upon them with a suffocating certainty. They were not tales of physical torture, for the Somnian people eschewed crude violence, preferring instead a more refined, psychological form of existential re-education. Their punishments were designed to be perfectly calibrated, exquisitely ironic, and eternally inescapable within the confines of Somnian thought. There was, for instance, the melancholic saga of Eldrin, known forever as the mute gardener of glacial roots. Eldrin, a man renowned for his silent devotion to the cultivation of the rare, sound-sensitive glacial roots, had once, during a minor silent communal blessing of the seasonal harvest, succumbed to a fleeting tickle in his throat. It was not a cough of great magnitude, merely a soft, almost imperceptible and inane, swiftly muffled by the cuff of his robe. Yet it was heard. The collective consciousness, attuned to the slightest deviation from perfection, registered the discord. Eldrin's punishment was not to be exiled from the valley or stripped of his craft. Instead, he was forbidden from ever speaking aloud again, his vocal cords subtly, ritually bound by unseen spiritual ties. His life's work. The glacial roots could only thrive in absolute, undisturbed quiet, their delicate tendrils shrinking from the merest whisper. Eldrin was thus condemned to tend them in perpetual, forced silence, communicating only through the inner voice method, which, ironically, was difficult to maintain while one's entire being was consumed by the silent scream of unreleased speech. His garden flourished, a testament to his continued, if now agonized, devotion, but Eldrin himself withered, a living monument to suppressed sound, perpetually on the verge of eruption, yet condemned to eternal stillness. He would spend his days in the cold, damp, subterranean greenhouses, carefully misting the glacial roots, his face a picture of serene resignation, while inside his mind constantly rehearsed conversations he could never utter, arguments he could never win, and most cruelly, the simple, everyday greetings he could never exchange. He was, in effect, a vessel of unheard sound, forever aware of the silent, clamorous symphony of his own suppressed thoughts, a perpetual irony in the heart of the Somnian quietude. Then there was the cautionary tale of Phelan, the whispering scribe of the resonant caves. Phelan, a meticulous record-keeper of ancestral dreams, had once, in a moment of utter exhaustion during an extended period of silent transcription, allowed a finely carved stylus to slip from their grasp. It hit the polished slate with a minuscule, yet distinct, clicking. The sound, barely audible to an untrained ear, was amplified by the crystalline resonance of the ancient archives, echoing for what felt like an eternity. Phelan was not stripped of their vocation. Indeed, they were assigned a new, far more exacting task. They were confined to the deepest, most acoustically vibrant cavern within the Whispering Vale, a place known for its disconcerting tendency to amplify the faintest whisper into a roaring echo. Here, Phelan was tasked with transcribing the most sacred and secret of the Somnian dream prophecies onto specially prepared, resonant stone tablets. They were provided with silent ink, a viscous, non-evaporating liquid that flowed without a whisper. But the punishment lay in the very nature of the cavern. Every subtle movement of Phelan's hand, every shift of their weight, every unconscious breath was caught and magnified, reverberating around them as a constant, mocking reminder of their transgression. They were, in essence, forced to listen to the amplified symphony of their own infinitesimal physical existence. Their quiet solitude transformed into an oppressive chamber of amplified, self-generated noise. The slightest tremor of their hand, the rustle of their robe, the barely audible grinding of their teeth in concentration, each became a deafening cacophony. It was said that Phelan's hearing became preternaturally acute, their nervous system perpetually frayed, as they lived in a self-made sonic prison, forever aware of the sounds of their own being, the why-clique of the dropped stylus eternally replaying in the cavern's echoes, a relentless auditory loop that drove them to the brink of a silent internal madness. And one could not forget the harrowing account of Lyra, the humbless weaver of the airless loom. Lyra, a weaver of exceptional skill, possessed a habit, common among craftspeople, of softly humming to herself while working, a quiet, almost unconscious melody that aided her concentration. During a communal weaving session, a particularly solemn ritual where the threads of destiny were symbolically intertwined, Lyra's hum, though barely audible, had carried for a fleeting moment into the reverent quiet. The elders, sensing the ripple of unconscious distraction, had taken swift, albeit subtle, action. Lyra was thereafter assigned to the airless loom. a ceremonial weaving apparatus designed with ancient resonant chambers that would amplify the smallest vibrations. Her task was to weave the highly sensitive whisper-catching cloth, a fabric so fine it was meant to absorb even the faintest errant sound. But Lyra's punishment was exquisite. She was ritually forbidden from humming, from singing, from even generating any internal melody within her mind. Her very thoughts were encouraged to be devoid of rhythm or tune. The loom itself was designed to squeak and creak with the slightest tension, forcing Lyra into a battle of wills against its inherent noisiness, while her own internal silence became a vast, echoing emptiness. The airless loom, with its constant grating complaints, thus became a perpetual torment, its amplified protests serving as a constant reminder of her one small melodic transgression. She would spend her days battling the loom's sonic defiance, her face etched with the strain of suppressing not just external sound, but the very music of her soul, her fingers aching with the effort of producing silence while her mind longed for a forgotten melody. Cale knew these stories, had been terrified by them as a child, had absorbed their lessons with a quiet, desperate zeal. But what of a Yisnij? These historical examples, while severe in their psychological impact, dealt with minor, almost negligible infractions. A soft cough, a tiny click, a barely audible hum. Es transgression, die Elisungkai. The devastating gakshu that had ripped through the very fabric of the sacred dream chamber was of an entirely different magnitude. It wasn't a ripple, it was a tidal wave. It wasn't a crack. It was a chasm. There was no known historical precedent for such a profound, involuntary act of sonic rebellion. The punishment scrolls, in all their subtle cruelty, had never dared to outline a fate for an individual who had committed the unthinkable, the utterly blasphemous act of an uncontained sneeze. The very idea was too horrific to be codified. Cale, still lying on the dream mat, could feel the heavy, judging silence of Elder Pelin and the assistants. The thought of being transformed into an echo forever disconnected from the collective consciousness, their voice unheard, their presence dismissed, was a fate Cale had always feared. But now, that seemed almost merciful. What could be worse than becoming an echo? What could be more terrifying than the silent, constant judgment of a society that literally lived by the absence of sound? Cale's mind, trapped in the elixir's heightened awareness, began to conjure images of new, unimagined punishments. Would they be condemned to live in the deepest, most resonant chasm of the whispering veil, forbidden to move, lest their own heartbeats echo like thunder? Would they be forced to wear a perpetual mask, woven from the whisper-catching cloth, designed to trap every breath, every sigh, every errant thought within its fibers, suffocating them with their own contained noise? Or perhaps they would become the stillness keeper of the sun-grain fields, condemned to perpetually walk the fields where the sun-grain grew, charged with ensuring not a single leaf rustled, not a single grain made a whisper, their very presence a constant, maddening vigil against the most minuscule of sounds. The horror of the great snuffle of the sixth cycle, the elder whose sniffles had led to the upside-down sun-grain, now felt like a mere prologue to Cale's own impending doom. That elder had simply sniffled. Cale had shattered the very essence of their reality. The potential punishment, therefore, must surely be one of unprecedented, absurd, and inescapable magnitude. The irony, as always with Somnian justice, would be perfectly precise, a meticulously crafted torment, designed to reflect the exact nature of the transgression. Cale waited, not for a verdict, but for the horrifying, creative precision of their inevitable, sound-centric doom. A silent testament to the Somnian people's unwavering commitment to their peculiar, profound quietude. Chapter 7. The trial by fire, the profound silence that descended upon the grand dream chamber after Cale's catastrophic sneeze was not the revered, comforting stillness of ceremony, but a heavy, choking vacuum, pregnant with unspoken horror. Cale, still prone on the moon-petal mat, could feel the shift in the very air, the sudden collective stiffening of every Somnian present. Though no sound escaped the other participants or the High Dream Weaver, Cale could sense the internal cacophony of their minds, 1,000 simultaneous gasps of spiritual shock. It was as if the entire Somnian world had collectively held its breath, waiting for the inevitable consequences of such an egregious, unprecedented breach. The aftermath was conducted with a chilling, ritualistic precision that spoke volumes of a society steeped in an unbreakable protocol. The participants, still deep in their elixir-induced slumber, were carefully, almost antiseptically, removed from the dream mat by the robed assistants, their faces pale, their forms unresponsive. There was no gentle awakening, no comforting words. Their dreams, it was assumed, had been irrevocably tainted, their fragile attunement shattered. Cale, however, was left undisturbed, a solitary figure of profound shame at the epicenter of the ruined ceremony. The High Dream Weaver, a figure usually radiating calm authority, moved with a sudden, Cherokee urgency. Their eyes, though typically serene and distant, now held a glint of something akin to terror, mixed with a chilling resolve. Without a word, they signaled for Cale's immediate removal from the chamber. Cale was lifted, with almost scientific detachment, by two silent assistants, their limbs heavy with the lingering effects of the elixir and the crushing weight of their transgression. They were not escorted to a cell or to a place of interrogation. Instead, they were led to the chambers of deliberation, a circular, unadorned cavern adjacent to the grand dream chamber, where the most solemn societal decisions were made. The chambers of deliberation were usually filled with a palpable, almost audible, hum of collective thought, as the Somnian elders, through the inner voice method, debated the intricacies of their guided existence. Today, however, as Cale was led in and gently, almost clinically, placed on a single, low stone stool in the center of the chamber, the silence was absolute. Only the faintest, almost imperceptible rustle of the elders' robes, as they shifted on their moss-cushioned seats, broke the oppressive quiet. There were 12 elders, arranged in a half-circle facing Cale, their faces etched with a gravity that went beyond mere concern. It was the look of those contemplating a fracture in the very foundation of their reality. The High Dream Weaver stood before them, their aged face a mask of profound sorrow. The debate began not with spoken words, but with a torrent of silent thought, a cascade of inner voice projections that battered against Cale's still reeling mind. These were not gentle whispers, but sharp, precise mental pronouncements, each carrying the full weight of the speaker's anguish and conviction. Cale, their own mind a jumbled mess of shame and lingering despair, struggled to process the arguments. The first voice, clear and resonant in Cale's inner ear, belonged to Elder Thistle, a staunch traditionalist known for their unyielding adherence to ancient precept. "The attunement is irrevocably broken," Thistle projected, the words cold and unwavering. "The conduit has been rent. The wisdom of the ancestors cannot flow through such a defiled vessel. This is not merely a breach of silence. It is a corruption of the very essence of our collective consciousness. We must cleanse the community, sever the diseased limb, before the illness spreads." The concept of cleansing hung heavy in the mental air, causing a ripple of internal shivers among the other elders. Cale knew what Thistle implied: exile. Not merely the subtle ostracization of an echo within the Somnian community, but absolute, irrevocable banishment from the whispering veil itself, to be cast out into the mist, the uncharted, moss-choked lands beyond their sanctuary. Was a death sentence. The mists were a place of pervasive silence. Yes, but not the sacred, cultivated silence of Somnia. It was a silence of desolation, of decay, of slow creeping oblivion. No Somnian had ever willingly entered the mists and returned. It was the ultimate physical manifestation of becoming unattuned, of being wholly disconnected from the life-giving hum of their world. To be an echo was a spiritual death. To be exiled was a physical one, but equally rooted in the concept of societal purity. The history scrolls are clear, projected Elder Thistle, their mental voice laced with a grim finality. The elder whisper of the first cycle, for failing to suppress a persistent cough during the spring awakening, was banished to the outermost grove of forgetting, never to be seen again. Their lineage was noted as silence-tainted for 3 generations. This was a Yiga Kofe. This was a Yisni, a primal, uncontrolled explosion. The precedent is not merely for ostracization, but for removal. A different voice, softer but equally firm, countered. This was Elder Aspen, a scholar of the more obscure historical texts, often leaning toward solutions that, while still severe, offered a glimmer of esoteric possibility. To banish Kael to the mists is to concede defeat, Aspen projected, their thoughts a calm countercurrent to Thistle's rigid flow. It is to admit that the attunement cannot be restored, that the purity cannot be re-established, even through the most rigorous self-discipline. Our ancestors, in the wake of the Great Snuffle, did not banish the afflicted elder. They subjected him to the trial of purifying breath, a series of physical and spiritual ordeals designed to burn away the internal dissonance. Kael felt a flicker of bewildered dread. The trial of purifying breath was a myth, a dark legend reserved for the most grievous and unique transgressions, spoken of only in hushed, almost fearful tones. It was so rare, so extreme, that most Somnians believed it to be a metaphorical rather than a literal punishment. Its true nature had been lost to time, known only by the most ancient of the high dream weavers, and perhaps a handful of scholars like Elder Aspen. The very mention of it sent a cold dread through Kael's already shattered composure. The trial by fire, Aspen continued, refining the proposal, as it came to be known in later, less precise accounts, was not a trial of literal flame. For we are not barbarians who inflict physical pain for spiritual failings. It was a trial designed to test the absolute internal control of the individual, to see if their spirit could truly override the recalcitrant body. It was an ordeal of imposed chaos, a calculated attempt to provoke the very reflex that betrayed them, but in a controlled environment, to prove whether mastery, even partial, could be achieved. Elder Sisless' mental retort was swift and sharp. And if they failed this trial by fire, what then? Another rupture, another contamination. We risk further spiritual damage to the community for the sake of one individual's questionable redemption. If they fail, Aspen projected. If they fail, Aspen projected. A faint tremor in their inner voice that betrayed a deep personal conviction. Then their banishment would be truly justified, for it would prove an inherent, incurable flaw. But if they succeed, even partially, it would send a message to the generations. It would prove that the spirit, even after the most grievous of betrayals, can achieve a measure of control. It would show that our traditions are not brittle, but resilient. It would re-establish faith in the power of conscious will over unconscious reflex. The debate continued, a silent internal storm raging within the chambers of deliberation. Other elders weighed in. Some, like Elder Pebble, who oversaw the meticulous cultivation of the communal moss, argued for a more practical, though no less severe, solution. Permanent sensory deprivation? Kael would be confined to a lightless, soundless chamber, fed and cared for, but utterly isolated from all external stimuli, effectively becoming a living, breathing monument to silence, a constant reminder of the taboo. It was a punishment that aimed not to harm the body, but to render it utterly incapable of producing sound, transforming Kael into an object lesson, a cautionary tale made flesh. This was seen as a way to preserve Kale's physical life while severing their societal impact. But what use is a body without a connection to the collective? Elder Bloom, whose focus was on the propagation of the moon-petal plants, projected with a hint of quiet despair, to be utterly alone in one's thoughts, without the guiding hum of the community, is a greater suffering than any mists. Better to release Kale to the cleansing silence of the outer world, where their dissonant internal landscape can perhaps dissipate without causing further harm to our fragile balance. The High Dreamweaver, who had remained silent, a somber statue presiding over the mental maelstrom, finally stirred. Their deep-set eyes, which had observed Kale since their earliest years, now fixed upon the kneeling figure. Their inner voice, when it came, was not a command but a question, resonating with profound weariness. Kale, child of unintended chaos, do you truly believe, within the deepest core of your being, that you can ever again achieve a state of inner stillness sufficient to prevent such a calamity? Do you believe your spirit can master the errant dust within your very blood? Kale, who had been an involuntary audience to their own condemnation, felt a surge of cold terror, then a strange, desperate defiance. The irony of their situation, the dark humor of their entire life, culminating in this singular nasal betrayal, thus almost overwhelming. To be judged for a reflex, for an uncontrollable biological function, by a society that believed absolute internal mastery was achievable. It was absurd. And yet, their very existence, their entire culture, depended on that absurdity being upheld as truth. The shame was a physical ache, but underneath it, a tiny defiant spark of their unique, imperfect humanity flickered. To admit defeat, to confess to an incurable flaw, was to embrace the fate of the echo or the exile. But the trial by fire, as Aspen had described it, held a morbid fascination. It was a chance, however slim, to confront the very thing that had doomed them. It was a gamble, but perhaps the only one that offered a path, however narrow, back toward some semblance of self-respect, if not societal acceptance. Kale thought of the legend of the unsneezables, those mythical beings who had achieved absolute nasal purity. The very idea had always filled Kale with both longing and a profound sense of the impossible. Now, perhaps it was time to try the impossible. I believe Kale projected, their inner voice surprisingly strong, cutting through the swirling thoughts of the elders like a clean blade, that my spirit, though flawed, seeks attunement. I seek to mend the fabric that I unwittingly have torn. I will submit to any trial that promises a path, however arduous, towards true stillness. A collective, silent intake of breath swept through the elders. It was not a plea for mercy, but a challenge, an acceptance of the most extreme, almost mythical, form of justice. It was an affirmation, in their silent, absurd way, of the very principles that Kale had so spectacularly violated. Elder Aspen's inner voice resonated with a quiet triumph. Then, let it be the trial by fire. The trial of the inner silence. A cleansing, not of the body by flame, but of the spirit by forced confrontation with its own weakness. Let us see if the spirit of Kale, in its desperate struggle for attunement, can truly silence the errant dust within. The High Dreamweaver closed their eyes for a long moment, a deep, silent sigh resonating through the chamber. The gravity of the decision was immense. It was a step into uncharted territory for their meticulously ordered society, a departure from the established path of simple exclusion. But it was also, perhaps, the only way to truly understand the depth of the rupture, and whether the Somnian way of life, built on such fragile, ethereal foundations, could withstand such a profound and very loud challenge. The decision was made, not with spoken words, but with a palpable shift in the collective consciousness of the elders. Kale's fate was sealed, not by exile or imprisonment, but by the terrifying prospect of a trial designed to provoke the very reflex that had destroyed their world, a crucible of physiological defiance against spiritual purity. A bizarre, violent showdown between a single sneeze and the entire weight of Somnian tradition. The very air in the chamber of deliberation now hummed, not with debate, but with the chilling anticipation of this truly unique and utterly Somnian form of justice. Chapter 8. The dream whisperer, the collective consciousness of the elders, having finally settled on the grim resolution of the trial by fire, began to recede from Cale's reeling mind. The oppressive weight of their judgment, though now focused on a path forward, still bore down with suffocating intensity. Just as the high dream weaver made a subtle gesture, a silent signal for Cale to be removed and preparations for the peculiar ordeal to begin. A ripple of something akin to confusion, then startled disbelief, spread through the hallowed chambers of deliberation. It was not a sound, but a profound shift in the ambient mental presence. A break in the elders' carefully maintained internal composure. From the deepest shadows near the chamber's entrance, where they had been an almost forgotten passive presence, emerged a figure known simply as Viridian. Viridian was not an elder in the traditional sense, nor were they a high dream weaver. Their presence in the chambers of deliberation was usually confined to the furthest, darkest alcoves, a silent, almost forgotten shadow who had in earlier cycles performed some obscure historical research that allowed them access to such hallowed spaces. They were known, if known at all, as a keeper of unbidden thoughts, a collector of the static that occasionally bled into the fringes of the collective unconscious, the dismissed whispers and fragmented visions that the high dream weavers meticulously filtered out in their quest for crystalline clarity. Viridian was a tall, gaunt figure, their robes woven from a coarse, dark fiber that seemed to absorb what little light permeated the cavern. Their eyes, though deep-set and shadowed, held a disconcerting intensity, as if they perpetually gazed upon the unseen undercurrents of reality. They moved now with a deliberate slowness, their soft-soled steps making no sound on the stone floor. Yet their presence was a palpable ripple in the mental stillness. All eyes, physical and internal, turned to them, their previous silent debates momentarily suspended by this unexpected intrusion. Viridian did not use the refined inner voice of the elders, which flowed with the smooth, polished certainty of tradition. Instead, their mental projection was raw, almost guttural, like the sound of roots tearing through ancient stone. It carried an unsettling echo, as if bouncing off the rough, unpolished edges of forgotten caverns. This sneeze, Viridian projected, the mental image of the explosive sound painfully vivid in Cale's mind, was not an accident. It was a message. A desperate, primal message, forced through a channel too pure, too constricted, to carry its true meaning in any other form. The elders' mental response was a collective, silent gasp of outrage and disbelief. Elder Tistel's inner voice, sharp as flint, projected, "Blasphemy! This is a transgression, a rupture. It is not a message, but a desecration." Yet Viridian remained unmoved, their eyes fixed on Cale, as if seeing beyond the shame to a deeper, unacknowledged truth. "You strive for crystalline clarity, for a path so pure it is devoid of all earthly dust," Viridian's projection continued, the rough edges of their mental voice softening slightly, becoming almost meditative. "But what if the dust itself carries the wisdom? What if the ancestors, in their infinite foresight, knew that the path ahead would require not just clear guidance, but a violent, purifying expulsion of something unseen, something festering within the very foundations of our collective dreams?" The high dream weaver, whose stoic composure had begun to waver only slightly at the mention of the trial by fire, now appeared genuinely unsettled. Their inner voice, usually a beacon of calm wisdom, projected a confused tremor. "When you what impurity? What blockage?" Our purification rituals are ancient, flawless. Viridian met their gaze, their own eyes unnervingly direct. Flawless in cleansing the unknown impurities, perhaps. But what of the unknowing? What of the subtle poison that grows in the very air we breathe, too faint for the clear breath reeds, too insidious for the stillness tea? What if the constant pursuit of perfect silence has deafened us not just to external sound, but to the deep, resonant rumblings of the earth, the subtle shifts in the whispering veil itself, which can only communicate through disruption? Viridian then turned their unsettling gaze to Kale, who remained a figure of utter stillness, caught between the horror of their transgression and the bizarre, unexpected weight of being a potential divine messenger. Kale's sneeze was not a failure of will, but a forced reaction to an intolerable irritation. It was the only way for something to break through. It was the physical manifestation of a spiritual urgency. Imagine a pristine pool, reflecting the heavens perfectly. If a poison seeps into its depths, the reflection remains clear, until the poison is so overwhelming it kills the fish. But what if a stone is thrown, breaking the reflection, creating ripples? That stone is a warning. Kale's sneeze was that stone. It shattered the illusion of perfect clarity, yes, but perhaps it did so to reveal the truth beneath. The analogy, though unconventional, resonated with a strange, compelling logic for some of the more open-minded elders, like Aspen, who had proposed the trial by fire. It shifted the blame from Kale's individual failing to a collective, unseen problem, one that demanded immediate, if unconventional, attention. The collective dream, as you cultivate it, filters out the discordant, the chaotic. But chaos, too, holds truth, Viridian continued, their internal voice now holding a strange, almost hypnotic rhythm. The sneeze is an expulsion, a clearing. But what if it cleared not just Kale's errant dust, but a subtle, growing impurity within the dream conduit itself? A blockage, a stagnancy that your carefully purified dreams could not reveal because they were designed to avoid it. Perhaps the ancestors foresaw a time when their gentle whispers would no longer suffice, when the Somnian people would become so rigid in their pursuit of pristine guidance that they would miss the profound warnings hidden in the unbidden, the ugly, the Yilalauding. Viridian paused, allowing the deeply unsettling implications of their words to settle. The chambers of deliberation fell into a deeper, more profound silence than before. This was not the silence of judgment, but of utter, bewildered contemplation. The elders' inner voices, which had previously been a cacophony of fear and condemnation, were now hesitant, probing. Elder Tistel, still resistant, projected, "This is a dangerous path, Viridian. To embrace chaos is to invite destruction. Our entire civilization is built on order, on clarity, on the eradication of dissonance." The conviction in their mental voice was now tinged with uncertainty. Viridian responded, their voice calm, almost soothing. And what if that order, that clarity, has become a cage? What if the ancestors' wisdom now demands that we look beyond the pristine reflection, to the murky depths where new, unsettling truths reside? Viridian did not propose an immediate absolution for Kale, nor did they suggest abandoning the trial by fire. Instead, their interpretation seemed to add a new, bewildering layer to it. The trial of the inner silence, as Elder Aspen aptly named it, is now transformed. It is not merely a test of Kale's personal mastery. It is a ritual of higher interpretation. If Kale can, through sheer force of will, harness the very mechanism of their disruption, if they can control the uncontrolled, then it proves that the divine message was indeed meant for us, a challenge to our very understanding of attunement. It asks, can we learn to listen to the chaos, just as we listen to the clarity? The High Dream Weaver closed their eyes for a long moment, a deep, silent sigh resonating through the chamber. The gravity of the decision was immense. It was a step into uncharted territory for their meticulously ordered society, a departure from the established path of simple exclusion. Viridian's words, though unsettling, carried a strange resonance, stirring ancient half-forgotten prophecies about the whispering veil, sometimes communicating in paradoxical ways. The idea that their relentless pursuit of purity might have blinded them to vital, albeit discordant, truths was a terrifying prospect, far more insidious than a mere famine. If the sneeze was truly a warning, then dismissing it, or merely punishing Kale, would be an even greater transgression against the ancestors' true will. Kale, who had been struggling with the crushing weight of singular guilt, now felt a strange, unsettling shift. The shame remained, a heavy cloak, but now it was interwoven with a bewildering thread of cosmic absurdity. Was their lifelong torment, their personal, ignominious battle with errant dust, truly a divine instrument? Was their spontaneous, humiliating Wachu not a failure, but a profound, albeit crude, act of revelation? The concept was so preposterous, so utterly at odds with everything they had ever been taught, that it almost tipped them into a quiet, internal hysteria. And yet, a tiny, desperate seed of hope, grotesque in its unconventional form, began to sprout within their despair. If this was true, if the sneeze was truly a message, then perhaps their life was not destined for the voiceless void of an echo, but for something else entirely. Something far more unsettling, far more demanding, and utterly, inexplicably unique. The thought of facing the trial by fire, once a terrifying descent into personal failure, now seemed to possess a bizarre, almost sacred purpose. They were no longer merely the accused. They were a reluctant, bewildered messenger, tasked with reinterpreting the very disruption they had caused. The Somnian world, suspended in a precarious balance for generations, had just found its foundational principles questioned by a single, involuntary, nasal spasm, now amplified and recontextualized by a figure from the shadows, ready to guide them towards a truth they had meticulously sought to ignore. Chapter 9. The hidden prophecy, the air in the chambers of deliberation, remained thick with the silent, pulsating shock of Viridian's pronouncement. Their assertion that Kale's monstrous sneeze was not an error but a message, a desperate, primal communication, had splintered the elders' collective composure. The notion was so antithetical to everything Somnian society stood for, to the very bedrock of their meticulously cultivated silence, that it felt like a blasphemy whispered directly into the deepest recesses of their minds. Yet Viridian stood there, unyielding, their gaunt frame a pillar of unsettling conviction. The High Dream Weaver, their ancient face a tapestry of conflicting emotions, was the first to project, their inner voice trembling with a mix of awe and profound skepticism. Viridian, what you suggested tears at the very fabric of our understanding. Our ancestors forged this path, cleansed of the world's clamor, to ensure pure guidance. How could such a raw, uncontrolled eruption be anything but a disruption? And Viridian turned their shadowed eyes towards the High Dream Weaver. A slow, deliberate movement that held the weight of centuries. They did not immediately reply with words, but with a vivid, unsettling mental image. A scroll, not of the smooth, felted paper used for official Somnian history, but of ancient, brittle bark, etched with symbols that seemed to writhe and shift even in the mind's eye. It was a visual so profound, so utterly unlike the controlled projections of the elders, that it momentarily silenced all further mental questioning. This scroll, Viridian projected, its rough, root-like voice resonating deeper this time, is from the First Age, before the Great Awakening, before the moss consumed the land. It is known as the Yi Scroll of the Unruly Hum. It was deemed heretical, a madman's ramblings, by the early dream weavers, and ordered to be confined to the deepest, most sealed archives, to be forgotten. But I, in my endless pursuit of the unbidden static, stumbled upon its existence. The collective shock of the elders was palpable. To possess a text from the first age, a period steeped in chaos and desperate survival, and moreover, a text deemed heretical, was an act of audacious defiance against established scholarly and spiritual protocol. Such materials were supposed to remain sealed, their dissonant wisdom never allowed to pollute the ordered streams of current knowledge. Elder Tistle's mental voice, still sharp, projected, "How dare you unearth such a relic? Its contents are surely poison to our sacred traditions." Olivia's gaze remained fixed, unflinching. Poison, perhaps, to a fragile tradition. But what if the tradition itself has grown too brittle, too resistant to the necessary shift? The scroll speaks of a time when the world would become so perfectly silent, so meticulously filtered, that the truest warnings would manifest only through the breaking of that perfect silence. It speaks of a great stillness that would descend upon the land, a profound quietude that would lull the spirits into complacency, allowing a slow, unseen corruption to take root within the very conduit of dreams. And this corruption, it prophesied, would be so subtle, so interwoven with the fabric of perceived purity, that it could only be expelled by a sudden involuntary shock. Then, Viridian projected the exact passage from the scroll of the unruly hum, its ancient words forming with chilling clarity in the elders' minds. When the veil slumbers in perfect peace, and the dream conduit flows clear as unblemished crystal, then shall the truth be known by the thunder from within. Not the thunder of the sky, nor the thunder of the earth, but the swift, sharp expulsion of the inner breath. For only then shall the unseen dust be cast forth, and the veil of complacency torn, revealing the creeping rot beneath the root tree. Baker, caught in this extraordinary revelation, felt a shiver ripple through their body. The words of the prophecy, so abstract and poetic, resonated with a horrifying specificity when applied to their sneeze. Thunder from within, was that not the very sensation they had felt as their sneeze erupted? Unseen dust, cast forth, had they not always suffered from an errant dust sensitivity? And creeping rot beneath the root tree, what could that possibly mean? The implication was that their sneeze, that agonizingly shameful sound, was not a personal failure but a fulfillment of ancient, dark prophecy. The sheer, ridiculous irony of it was almost too much to bear. Their entire life had been a desperate attempt to avoid being the subject of such a prophecy, to suppress the very mechanism now proclaimed as its fulfillment. Elder Aspin's inner voice, initially hesitant, now resonated with a dawning comprehension. A root tree, the very foundation of Somnia, the ancient tree from which our sanctuary was built, the source of the whispering root for our gruel and the moon petal for our mat. Are you suggesting a blight, Viridian, in the very heart of our existence? Viridian nodded, a slow, deliberate movement. Not a blight of the body, Elder Aspen, but a blight of the spirit, a complacency born of too much clarity, too much ease. The prophecy suggests that our reliance on pure, unfiltered dream guidance has made us blind to the subtle, slow decay that can only be revealed by disruption. For generations, the Somnian people have sought comfort in the pristine, the predictable, believing that any deviation was anathema. But the old texts, those deemed unruly, hint at a deeper cyclical wisdom, that sometimes chaos is the necessary precursor to clarity. The ancestors, it says, did not always speak in gentle whispers. Sometimes they bellowed through the very fabric of existence, forcing us to listen to the unpleasant truth. The high dream weaver, their head bowed, was visibly struggling with this new profound interpretation. It challenged not just a single rule, but the entire philosophical framework of their leadership, their very understanding of divine communication. If the ancestors could indeed speak through such a violent, unexpected means, what else had they missed? What other unruly truths had been suppressed in the relentless pursuit of order? The thought was terrifying. Viridian continued, their mental voice gaining strength, almost a quiet fervor. The scroll of the unruly hum also speaks of the echoes of unheard truths. Not the echoes, as we currently understand them, the ostracized, the disconnected, but the echoes of messages from the ancestors themselves. Messages that were too discordant, too jarring, to be processed by the finely tuned, purity-obsessed dreamweavers of the First Age. They dismissed these warnings as mere static, as noise. And so, the land was consumed by the moss. The prophecy suggests that Kale's sneeze is one such echo of unheard truths, forced through a vessel that could not contain it, precisely because the established conduit had become too narrow, too select. Elder Sissel, though still radiating skepticism, seemed to shrink slightly under the weight of this historical accusation. The great snuffle, their ancestors' unfortunate pollen-induced sniffles, had always been presented as an unmitigated disaster, a testament to the dangers of noise. But now, Viridian was subtly suggesting that the interpretation of that event had been flawed, perhaps even deliberately twisted by those who sought only to reinforce a rigid adherence to silence. What if the upside-down planting of the sun grain was not a random act of chaos, but a distorted warning, received imperfectly because the community refused to acknowledge the snuffles as a valid form of communication? The idea was audacious, almost revolutionary. The prophecy, Viridian explained, was suppressed because its implications were too terrifying for a people desperately clinging to a newly found, fragile order after the moss consumption. It called for a flexibility, a willingness to embrace dissonance that the early Somnians, traumatized by chaos, could not fathom. They sealed it away, hoping it would never be fulfilled, never truly understood. They believed that by cultivating perfect silence, they could prevent the conditions that would necessitate such a jarring revelation. And so, they built a civilization on the suppression of one of life's most fundamental, uncontrollable expression. Kale, listening to all this, felt a strange cocktail of emotions. Relief that their shame was now being reframed, albeit absurdly, as a divine act, but also a profound sense of bewilderment and dread. To be the vessel of such a prophecy was an immense, unwanted burden. Their sneeze, which had haunted them for a lifetime, was now being elevated from a mere physiological malfunction to a cosmic event, a sign of impending, unseen spiritual rot. It was like finding out your lifelong, embarrassing habit of picking lint off your robes was actually a sacred ritual to ward off invisible spirit gnats. The humor was dark, almost self-deprecating in its immense scale. The trial by fire, Viridian now projected, is no longer merely a test of Kale's control over their own body. It is a challenge for the entire Somnian people. If Kale can, through conscious effort, learn to harness the very mechanism of the sneeze, to control its origin and its force, to make it a deliberate act rather than an involuntary spasm, it proves that the thunder from within can be understood, that the unseen dust can be acknowledged and processed. It would mean that the purity of the conduit needs not be absolute silence, but a controlled, intentional resonance, even if that resonance is disruptive. It would mean that the very thing we fear holds the key to our continued attunement. The high dream weaver finally lifted their head, their gaze now piercing Kale not with judgment, but with an unsettling blend of curiosity and fear. The ramifications of Viridian's interpretation were immense. It meant re-evaluating millennia of tradition, relearning how to listen, perhaps even embracing sounds that they had been taught to abhor. It meant that their entire structured world, built on the premise of a perfectly quiet universe, might have to adapt to the unsettling reality that sometimes the most profound truths are delivered with a shocking, unbidden gachu. The silence in the chamber of deliberation was no longer heavy with judgment, but with the immense, terrifying weight of a paradigm shift. Kale, the humble, unlucky sneezer, had just become the unexpected, unwitting pivot around which the entire Somnian understanding of existence was about to turn. The future of their world, once so clearly laid out by pure dreams, now hinged on whether a single imperfect individual could, against all odds, learn to sneeze on command, and what new chaotic wisdom might be expelled in the process. Chapter 10. The crowd's dilemma, the grand dream chamber, had been cleared with a chilling swiftness, its sacred stillness restored, though now it felt less like a sanctuary and more like a tomb. Kale had been removed, a ghost of their former self, leaving behind only the lingering, phantom echo of their catastrophic sneeze. But the sound, that single explosive witch-hoo, had not been confined to the resonant stone of the chamber. It had rippled outwards, a seismic tremor through the psychic landscape of Somnia, reaching the silent multitudes gathered in the antechamber and beyond, into the very consciousness of the whispering veil. For a people whose entire existence was predicated on absolute quietude, whose very laws and livelihood stemmed from the purity of silence, the mere concept of such a breach was an existential horror, a cultural blasphemy of monumental proportions. The immediate reaction among the hundreds gathered in the antechamber, sitting in their vigil, was not of loud gasps or shouts. Such things were unthinkable. Instead, it was a collective, inward shudder, a wave of profound psychic recoil that momentarily extinguished the subtle hum of communal waiting. Eyes previously closed in meditative peace snapped open, wide and unseeing, as if witnessing a cataclysm unfold within their very souls. Palpable dread settled over them, colder and heavier than the usual cool dampness of the cavern. It was the terror of the unthinkable made real, the breaking of the unbreakable. They knew, with an instinctive, gut-wrenching certainty, that the sacred dream ceremony had been violated, and the very lifeline of their society might have been severed. The details, the identity of the perpetrator, the exact nature of the transgression, these were secondary to the crushing reality that the collective dream, their source of divine guidance, was almost certainly shattered. News in Somnian society traveled not by spoken word but by a meticulous system of subtle visual cues, precise hand gestures, and, for matters of gravity, by carefully controlled bursts of inner voice projection from the high dream weavers and their trusted assistants. Within moments of Kale's removal, the silent signals began to spread from the antechamber outwards, carried by designated runners who moved with the unnerving grace of shadows. Their faces, usually serene, now held a grim, almost funereal cast, and their hand gestures, typically fluid and precise, were sharp, almost agitated in their urgency. The message was succinct, yet devastating. When Dekandwai is rent, the dream is broken. The silence was breached. Anyit, and, for those closest to the chamber, the horrifying mental image of the sneeze itself, a raw, discordant sound, was transmitted with chilling clarity. The common Somnian, who had spent their entire lives under the pervasive weight of the silence taboo, reacted with a complex tapestry of ingrained fear and genuine panic. For generations, they had been taught that sound was chaos, dissonance, the very force that had nearly destroyed their ancestors before the Great Awakening. They had internalized the belief that their survival hinged on the immaculate purity of the dream ceremony. Now that purity had been defiled. The initial reaction was a surge of righteous indignation, a silent demand for immediate, severe retribution. The unbidden thought projected through the community was almost universal. Who dared? What madness possessed them to unleash such destruction upon us all? Then came the second, more unsettling wave of information. The identity of the transgressor, Kale, the quiet, almost invisible Kale, whose very existence had seemed to be a living testament to Somnian stillness. This caused a ripple of confusion. Kale, the paragon of silent living? It seemed impossible. A cruel joke of fate. And then the truly bewildering news filtered down from the chambers of deliberation, transmitted with a hesitant, almost reluctant precision by the high Dreamweaver's direct emissaries. The recontextualization. Veridian, the eccentric keeper of unbidden thoughts, had presented a hidden prophecy, suggesting that Kale's sneeze was not a desecration, but a message, a thunder from within, a violent expulsion meant to reveal a creeping rot beneath the root tree. This was where the Somnian populace truly fractured. Their collective consciousness, usually a placid lake of shared understanding, became a turbulent sea of conflicting currents. The idea that a sneeze, the very antithesis of their sacred principles, could be a divine sign was so utterly bizarre, so fundamentally disruptive to their worldview, that it bordered on lunacy. The traditionalists, those whose internal landscapes were most rigidly aligned with the ancient precepts, were aghast. Elder Tistle's public pronouncements, subtly projected throughout the community, echoed their sentiments. This is not prophecy, but heresy, a desperate attempt to excuse an unforgivable act. To embrace such dissonance is to invite the chaos of the mists into our very hearts. The ancestors speak in whispers, not in crude, explosive sounds. This creeping rot is the rot of the mind, accepting falsehoods. For these Somnians, the solution was clear. Kale must be purged. Exile the mists. Anything to remove the source of contamination and restore the pristine order. They clung to the familiar terror of the great snuffle, seeing Kale's sneeze as an even more potent, direct threat to their entire structured existence. They whispered, through inner voice, of a need to reinforce the old laws, to double down on the silence, to ensure such an abomination never occurred again. Their homes became even quieter, their movements even more constricted, as if physically trying to reimpose the order that had been so violently broken. In stark contrast were the anxiously curious, a segment of the population who, while equally terrified by the sneeze's potential consequences, found themselves unnerved by the precise, almost poetic language of Viridian's prophecy. They were the ones who had always felt a subtle, almost unacknowledged unease with the absolute rigidity of Somnian life, the perpetual stifling silence that, while comforting, sometimes felt profoundly isolating. They remembered the hushed, almost fearful tales of the mists, not just as a physical place of desolation, but as a metaphor for the spiritual stagnation that could occur when guidance became too predictable. What if, they wondered, the ancestors' Giting sometimes speak in unsettling ways? What if their millennia of pristine dreams had indeed led to a kind of spiritual blindness, a complacency that allowed a hidden blight to fester? They did not welcome the sneeze. Not in the least, but the possibility that it might be a necessary, albeit traumatic, purging of an unseen ill filled them with a strange, unsettling hope. They argued, silently, that perhaps the path to truth sometimes required breaking the very molds that contained it. They looked at Kale not as a pariah, but as a bewildered instrument of something larger, something potentially terrifying but also profoundly important. Then there were the pragmatists, primarily those involved in the practical day-to-day operations of Somnian society. The moss cultivators, the water tenders, the engineers of the ventilation systems, the silent weavers of the moon-petal gossamer. For them, the immediate concern was the impact of a broken dream. Regardless of whether Kale was a pariah or a prophet, the fact remained that the deep slumber ceremony had yielded no clear guidance. The schedule for the next planting cycle was ambiguous, the directives for water allocation unclear. If the creeping rot was real, what did it mean for their crops? If the ancestors' wisdom was now spoken in sneezes, how were they to interpret it for practical purposes? Their inner voices were filled with calculations, with scenarios of potential famine, of resource disputes, of a society teetering on the brink of unguided chaos. They viewed the trial by fire not as a spiritual test, but as a desperate attempt to extract some form of usable guidance to either re-establish the old order or, horrifyingly, to define a new, perhaps more chaotic, method of receiving divine instruction. They fretted over the logistics, the loss of efficiency, the sheer inconvenience of a world suddenly without a clear, dream-mandated blueprint, the daily rhythm of Somnian life, usually as predictable and silent as the slow drip of water in the caverns, became subtly disjointed. The hum of collective contentment was replaced by an undercurrent of tension. In the silent communal meals, the customary peace was pierced by the unseen spears of internal debate. One could sense the unspoken arguments, the clashing of mental images, the silent accusations. Children, usually models of quiet obedience, seemed to absorb the ambient anxiety, their playful movements a fraction less fluid, their suppressed giggles sometimes escaping as a tiny, audible puff of air, quickly stifled by watchful parents whose own minds were consumed by the larger societal dilemma. The patient whisperers, the educators, found their subtle teaching methods challenged as the very definition of truth and guidance became uncertain. How could they instill the importance of perfect silence when the very elders were debating its possible prophetic breach? The anticipation for the trial by fire, the trial of the inner silence, was not simply morbid curiosity. It was a crucible for the entire Somnian belief system. It was no longer just about Kale's fate. It was about the fate of Somnia itself. If Kale failed, it confirmed the traditionalists' worst fears, solidifying the sanctity of pure silence and likely leading to Kale's absolute banishment, perhaps even more severe penalties than initially envisioned. But if Kale, against all logic, managed to harness the very mechanism of their disruption, to turn a blasphemous reflex into a controlled, intentional act, then the very foundations of Somnian thought would tremble. It would mean that Viridian's radical interpretation held truth, that the world was not as simple, as clean, as they had always believed. It would mean that the ancestors, or the Whispering Veil itself, were not merely benevolent guides, but capricious entities, demanding a horrifying embrace of chaos as a path to deeper truth. As the days crawled towards the appointed time of the trial, the air in Somnia felt thick, not with its usual nourishing mist, but with an unseen, unsettling tension. The silent vigil in the antechamber, which traditionally concluded with the revelation of the collective dream, had instead ended with a horrifying rupture and the promise of an even stranger, more profound revelation to come. Every Somnian held their breath, not in meditative stillness, but in a state of anxious, silent suspense. They waited for the moment when Kale, the humble, accidental disruptor, would either confirm their greatest fears or impossibly redefine their entire reality, all through the absurd, utterly undignified act of a single controlled sneeze. The dry wit of the universe, it seemed, was preparing to deliver its punchline. Chapter 11. The ritual of atonement, the decision, communicated not through audible pronouncements, but by the stark, unyielding shift in the collective consciousness of the elders, hung heavy in the air of the chambers of deliberation. Kale, still, a solitary kneeling figure, felt the full weight of it. The trial by fire, the trial of the inner silence, was to proceed. But it was no longer a simple condemnation. Viridian's unsettling revelation of the Yi scroll of the unruly hum, and the bizarre interpretation of Kale's sneeze as a thunder from within, had twisted the very nature of justice. Before any such trial could even be conceived, however, the very air, the very essence of Somnian existence, needed to be cleansed. The grand dream chamber, the communal mat, indeed, the entire shared psychic space of the Whispering Veil, felt spiritually soiled by the egregious breach. And so the elders, guided by the unsettling wisdom of Viridian, decreed a ritual of atonement, a series of bizarre, meticulous, and profoundly silent procedures designed to cleanse the community and prepare Kale for their peculiar prophetic ordeal. The purpose of the ritual was twofold. A testament to the Somnian struggle between rigid tradition and the terrifying possibility of new truth. Firstly, it was an attempt to physically and spiritually purge the dissonance left by Kale's sneeze, to re-establish the pristine order that had been so violently ruptured. Secondly, and more subtly, it was a collective psychological exercise, an attempt to rationalize the unthinkable, to integrate the idea that a sneeze might, impossibly, be a divine message, while still maintaining the sanctity of silence. The result was a series of rituals so convoluted, so absurdly meticulous in their execution, that they bordered on the comically tragic. The first phase, the great air scouring, began immediately after the elders' deliberation. The grand dream chamber was hermetically sealed, its entrance guarded by silent attendants draped in robes of sound-absorbing felt. Within, a cadre of specially designated air scourers, chosen for their exceptional lung capacity and their ability to move without the slightest rustle, began their solemn task. Armed with enormous, finely woven moon petal fans, each plume meticulously oiled to prevent any whisper of friction, they began to systematically fan the air from one end of the cavern to the other. Their movements were agonizingly slow, each sweep of the fan deliberate, designed not to create a breeze but to gently, incrementally, push the tainted air out through a series of filtered vents. This was repeated for an entire day-night cycle, a silent, exhausting ballet of purification, as if the very molecules of the air held the memory of the catastrophic sound, and needed to be coaxed, inch by agonizing inch, out of the sacred space. Kale, sequestered in a small, damp antechamber, could sense the immense, focused effort, a ghostly gust of communal will, attempting to erase their transgression. Next came the moss humidification, a process intended to remoisten the air and the chamber's velvety moss floor, thereby, it was believed, dampening any lingering sonic vibrations. Specialized attendants, the mist weavers, moved through the chamber, their hands gently spraying a fine mist of purified water infused with the essence of the stillness flower, a bloom renowned for its ability to absorb residual energy. The sprayers themselves were a marvel of silent engineering, emitting no more than the faintest hiss, almost swallowed by the chamber's natural hum. The mist weavers' movements were so fluid, so devoid of unnecessary motion, that they seemed to glide rather than walk, their robes rustling with no discernible sound. They were, in essence, trying to recreate the perfect pre-sneeze microclimate, a womb of silence where no sound could thrive. Perhaps the most bizarre element of the cleansing was the ritual of the suppressed voice. This was a collective atonement for the entire Somnian community, performed simultaneously in every dwelling and communal space. For a full cycle, every Somnian was required to wear a muttering veil, a finely woven mesh of moon-petal gossamer, treated with a bitter astringent herb. This veil was tied tightly around the mouth and nose, making any vocalization, even a whisper, an uncomfortable, almost painful ordeal. The idea was to physically suppress the urge to speak, to internalize the concept of silence so profoundly that even the thought of making a sound became unpleasant. It was a bizarre form of group therapy, forcing a hyper-awareness of every breath, every internal shift, every potential vocal impulse. Kale, observing this from their secluded antechamber, though their veil was, naturally, extra thick, felt a surge of peculiar empathy for their unwitting tormentors. To live in a world where a sneeze could shatter the cosmos was one thing. To live in a world where you willingly muzzled yourself to atone for someone else's involuntary bodily function was another. far more profound level of absurdity. The focus then shifted to Kale, the unwilling epicenter of this spiritual quake. Their own cleansing ritual, devised by the High Dream Weaver in consultation with the now less skeptical Elder Aspen and the unsettlingly prescient Viridian, was designed to be both punitive and preparatory. It was known as the oral scouring of the inner ear, a procedure rooted in obscure texts describing archaic forms of spiritual purification. Kale was led, blindfolded, and with their hands bound gently behind their back, to a small circular chamber entirely devoid of decoration, its walls lined with a unique pulsating moss, known for its ability to absorb and re-emit specific frequencies. Here, Kale was instructed to sit perfectly still, their head held upright. The High Dream Weaver, their expression a mix of solemn duty and faint bewilderment, approached. They held a small, delicate instrument crafted from petrified bone and gossamer, threads the whisper wand. This wand, almost impossibly light, was then passed in slow, concentric circles around Kale's head, never quite touching, yet emitting the faintest, almost subliminal, high-pitched hum. This hum was said to scour the inner ear, to loosen any lingering sonic residue from the sneeze, making the auditory pathways more sensitive, yet also more resistant to involuntary sounds. It was a maddeningly precise process, lasting for hours, the High Dream Weaver's silent, focused movements interspersed with Viridian's occasional jarring inner voice projections, instructing on the precise angle and distance of the wand. Then came the internal quieting draught, a new concoction, formulated by Viridian with a perverse twist. Unlike the soothing elixir of profound slumber, or the calming stillness tea, this draught was designed not to suppress bodily functions, but to make Kale excruciatingly aware of them. It was a clear, viscous liquid, tasting faintly of iron and bitter herbs. Upon consuming it, Kale felt their internal senses sharpen to an almost unbearable degree. They could hear the rush of blood in their veins, the creak of their own joints, the subtle gurgle of their digestive system, the incredibly quiet, yet distinct, expansion and contraction of their lungs. Every internal physiological process, usually mercifully silent and unconscious, now clamored for attention, a private symphony of biological chaos. The idea, as Viridian had projected, was to force Kale into a state of hyper-awareness, to push them to master their inner world before they could master the external one. It was a profoundly uncomfortable form of meditative torture, a cruel joke played by the very universe on a person who had spent their life trying to achieve external silence. The most peculiar part of Kale's personal atonement was the silent sneeze practice. This was designed to prepare Kale for the actual trial by fire, where they would attempt to deliberately control their sneeze. In a separate, heavily padded chamber, Kale was presented with a series of irritants chosen by a Viridian. A single, precisely placed tendril of dry moss, a microscopic dust mote from the deepest, least disturbed corners of the veil, even a specially cultivated tickle feather from a flightless cave bird. Kale's task was to feel the onset of the sneeze, to allow the reflex to build, but then, at the very peak, to suppress it, or more horrifyingly, to release it in a controlled, barely audible exhalation. The goal was not to eliminate the sneeze, but to transform it, to bring the chaotic, involuntary act under the complete dominion of conscious will. Kale's attempts were, at first, spectacularly unsuccessful. The suppressed huffs and muffled "H-U" were still too loud, too unrefined. The internal draft made every failed attempt feel like an explosion within their own skull. They practiced for hours, days, their face contorting in silent agony, their body trembling with the effort of holding back or shaping the inevitable. The absurdity of it all was overwhelming. Here they were, a supposed messenger of divine truth, spending their days attempting to master the precise decibel level of a bodily expulsion under the watchful, silent eyes of their tormentors turned mentors. The dark humor of the situation was not lost on Cal. It was, in fact, the only thing that kept a creeping hysteria at bay. What a fate! To be deemed a prophet, only to be tasked with performing a dignified, quiet sneeze. The climax of the communal atonement was the binding of the dissonant echo. This involved the entire Somnian community, gathered in the largest antechamber, sitting in concentric circles, their muttering veils firmly in place. The High Dream Weaver, Viridian, and Elder Aspen stood at the center. In a series of slow, almost imperceptible gestures, they performed what was described as a psychic binding, drawing the lingering echoes of Kale's sneeze into a specially prepared crystal. This crystal, the silent shard, would then be encased deep within the root tree itself, a permanent reminder of the breach, but also a testament to the community's willingness to absorb the dissonance into their very foundation, to transform the disruptive into a source of potential strength. The ritual concluded with a collective silent sigh, a release of held breath that, for once, was considered an act of communal purification rather than a breach. As the days passed, and the ritual of atonement slowly wound to its close, the tension in Somnia remained, but it had shifted. The initial shock and outrage had been replaced by a pervasive sense of uneasy anticipation. The sneeze was no longer just a dreaded sound. It was a bizarre prophecy, a terrifying challenge, and a potential catalyst for change. The villagers, though still deeply rooted in their love for silence, now found themselves torn between the comfort of their traditional beliefs and the unsettling, yet compelling, possibility that their entire world might be about to expand, or perhaps unravel, in the most absurdly undignified way possible. Kale, the humble, once invisible Somnian, had become the focal point of this profound cultural dilemma, their fate inextricably linked to the fate of an entire civilization, all hinging on their ability to perform the most unholy of acts, on command, in the name of divine revelation. The stage was set for the trial by fire, and the whispering veil held its breath, waiting for the sound that would either shatter their world or redefine its very quiet essence. Chapter 12. The sneezing plague the ritual of atonement had concluded, leaving the Somnian community not entirely cleansed, but certainly unsettled. The meticulously scoured air of the grand dream chamber felt thinner, colder, as if the very spiritual essence of the space had been extracted along with the phantom echo of Kale's sneeze. The muttering veils, though now removed, had left a phantom itch on lips and nostrils, a lingering reminder of the communal penance. Kea remained sequestered, continuing their bizarre training for the trial of the inner silence. Their own body a battleground for the control of an absurd yet cosmically significant reflex. The elders, having absorbed Viridian's unsettling prophecy, now moved with a new burdened gravity, their silent debates less about condemnation and more about the terrifying implications of the creeping rot beneath the root tree. They waited, with a collective, anxious breath, for the trial by fire, believing it held the key to understanding the new chaotic truths that Kale's sneeze had supposedly heralded. They did not have long to wait for chaos to arrive, and it came not in a grand, cataclysmic burst, but in a series of tiny, utterly undignified eruptions. It began subtly, as all great plagues do. Old Rorik, a tireless weaver of moonpetal gossamer, known for his almost preternatural stillness, was sitting cross-legged at his loom, his nimble fingers guiding the luminous threads. The rhythmic, silent slide of the shuttles was the only movement, a testament to his decades of meditative practice. Then, a faint, almost imperceptible tremor ran through his shoulders. His head twitched. A tiny choke sound, a sort of strangled "e" escaped him, quickly stifled by a hand clapped over his mouth. His eyes, wide with horror, darted around, checking if anyone had noticed the egregious breach. No one seemed to have. immersed as they were in their own silent tasks. Rorik felt a wave of profound shame, attributing it to a lingering impurity from the communal atonement. He redoubled his internal efforts, focusing on the breath of stone, trying to suppress the persistent tickle that had suddenly taken root in his nasal passages. It was exactly like Hale's infamous errant dust sensitivity, a sensation Rorik, who had never suffered from such a common affliction, found utterly alien and horrifying. Later that cycle, during the communal silent meal, young Lyra, usually the most serene of the nursery children, suddenly went rigid. Her tiny face contorted, her nose crinkled, and before her patient whisperer could even register the incipient signs, a loud, surprisingly robust "Rucha" exploded from her, sending a fine spray of gruel across the pristine moss table. The shock in the antechamber was absolute, palpable. The other children froze, their eyes wide with fear and confusion. The patient whisperer, a paragon of composure, registered a fleeting moment of pure, unadulterated terror before their training kicked in, and they moved to silently clean the mess, their movements stiff with unacknowledged horror. The silent meals, usually a bastion of profound peace, were now tainted by a collective, unspoken anxiety. Every slight twitch of a nose, every suppressed throat clearing, was met with a surge of internal dread, and then it spread, like an invisible silent contagion. The errant dust sensitivity seemed to seep into the very air of the whispering veil. It was not a conventional sickness, no fever, no cough, ironically, no physical debilitation beyond the overwhelming, irresistible urge to sneeze. It manifested randomly, unpredictably. A silent weaver in the gossamer chambers would suddenly jerk, their shuttle clattering as a muffled "washi" escaped them. A water tender, meticulously adjusting the flow of a subterranean stream, would lean against the cool stone, their bodies shaking with the effort of holding back an explosive release, only for a sharp, whistling hissoo to split the cavern air, sending ripples across the perfectly calm water surface. Old men, known for their unwavering stillness, would sit bolt upright in their meditations, their faces a mask of internal agony as they fought the ascending pressure, often losing the battle with a loud, wet "Garchu!" Shah. It will be for an eternity. The worst part, for the Somnian people, was the profound, soul-deep shame that accompanied each involuntary outburst. For generations, they had been taught that the sneeze was the ultimate betrayal of inner control, a symbol of primal chaos. Now, hundreds, then thousands, found themselves betraying that sacred principle, their bodies rebelling against their deepest cultural conditioning. Their hands were perpetually clapped over their mouths and noses, their faces contorted in a silent, desperate struggle to muffle the inevitable. Their eyes, once serene, now held a haunted, almost hunted look, constantly darting about, searching for witnesses, consumed by the terror of judgment and the crushing weight of their own physiological failure. The muttering veils which had been donned during the ritual of atonement reappeared, now worn constantly, not as a penance, but as a desperate, futile attempt at containment. They only served to amplify the muffled, wet sounds of suppressed sneezes, turning each aphid or humph into a grotesque mockery of the silence they so desperately cherished. The very soundscape of Somnia, once a pristine canvas of resonant hums and the soft rustle of moss, was now a cacophony of suppressed bodily functions. The gentle drip of water in the cultivation caves was punctuated by a distant, choked "Yee-sh." The solemnity of silent gatherings was shattered by a sudden, collective explosion of muffled wakus from various corners, followed by a communal, horrified stillness. The tranquility of sleep was often broken by the sound of a spouse or child suddenly lurching awake, fighting off an involuntary sneeze, their bedding rustling loudly in the effort. The absurdity of it was almost unbearable. A society built on the absolute eradication of noise was now, quite literally, drowning in its own nasal secretion. The elders, gathered in perpetual deliberation within their chambers, were utterly paralyzed by this new development. Elda Tistel, the traditionalist, saw it as undeniable proof of Kale's original sin. Ihr contaminant has spread. Their inner voice raged, reverberating through the minds of their colleagues. It was not a message, but a curse. Kale's sneeze was a spiritual plague, and it has infected us all. We must take immediate, drastic action to sever this diseased connection. Exile Kale, cordon off the afflicted. Restore the purity before our very foundations crumble into cacophony. On terre, proposed solutions grew more extreme by the cycle. Forced isolation for any who sneezed, a return to the harshest punishments from the punishment scrolls. Even a whispered suggestion of sealing off entire sections of the Vale where the outbreaks were most severe. Elder Aspen, who had championed the trial by fire and Viridian's radical interpretation, found their position strengthened. Albeit terrifiantly so. This is it. Their inner voice projected, a blend of grim validation and dawning dread. The creeping rot beneath the root tree, the unseen dust. It has manifested not just in one individual, but in the entire collective. Kale's sneeze was the first tremor, a warning we misinterpreted as an isolated failure. The prophecy is unfolding before our very eyes. The chaos is upon us not because Kale brought it, but because it was already here, festering, and Kale's sneeze merely exposed it. They argued for an immediate accelerated trial by fire, believing that Kale's mastery over the sneeze was now the only hope for understanding, and perhaps controlling this widespread affliction. It was no longer about Kale's personal redemption, but about finding a way for the entire society to listen to the chaos. The high dream weaver, burdened by the immense responsibility of guiding their people, was caught between these two powerful currents. Their once serene expression was now perpetually clouded with worry. They felt the spiritual sickness firsthand, the constant low-level psychic static that permeated the collective consciousness, punctuated by the jarring mental images of hundreds of muffled, desperate sneezes. The clarity of the collective dream, their sacred lifeline, was now utterly obscured. Their own subconscious mind, usually a placid pool of ancestral wisdom, felt like a churning swamp, assaulted by phantom tickles and the ghostly sensation of an impending wax coup. They, too, occasionally found their body twitching, their nasal passages flaring, only to suppress the reflex with decades of ingrained discipline, though the effort left them visibly exhausted. The irony was exquisite. The very spiritual leader of a society built on silence was now suffering from an invisible contagious sneeze. Kale, isolated in their training chamber, was acutely aware of the unfolding plague. The internal quieting draft, meant to heighten their awareness of their own body, now amplified the pervasive, muffled sounds of the community's suffering. They could hear the distant ochseshi of the mosque cleaners, the choked ai-choo-choo of a child in the nursery, the deep, guttural wah-humphum of an elder. Each sound was a spike of communal agony, a testament to the spreading chaos. Kale felt a profound, horrifying responsibility. Their initial sneeze had been a single, solitary act of rebellion. Now, it had become a pandemic. It was as if their personal failing had metastasized, infecting the very essence of Somnian existence. The dark humor of the situation was sharper than ever. To be the unwilling patient zero in a society-wide sneeze plague. Their daily silent sneeze practice, once a bizarre, solitary torment, now took on a desperate, almost messianic urgency. Kale found themselves surrounded by attendants, not of the quiet, clinical kind from before, but by those suffering from the plague themselves. They were observing Kale's efforts, their faces contorted in suppressed discomfort, their bodies occasionally jerking with an unbidden twitch. They looked to Kale with a desperate unspoken hope, as if Kale's ability to control their own thunder from within might somehow unlock the cure for the entire community. The irony was suffocating. Kale, the source of the plague, was now also its unlikely, bewildered, and very snotty savior. The creeping rot beneath the root tree was no longer an abstract prophecy. It was manifest in every sudden twitch, every muffled sound, every contorted face. The Somnian world, once a bastion of serene quietude, was now a constant, low-level cacophony of suppressed bodily explosions. The meticulously ordered daily life was fraying. Silent counting became a nightmare of missed pebbles. Mosque cleaning was punctuated by sudden, involuntary jerks that sent dust motes flying. The very act of concentration, so vital to Somnian efficiency, was constantly undermined by the persistent, unyielding tickle in everyone's noses. The shared dream, their guiding light, was still dark, but now their waking reality was equally obscured, shrouded in a mist of uncontrolled, embarrassing, and existentially threatening sneezes. The trial by fire, the absurd challenge of mastering the sneeze, was no longer a punishment for Kale. It was the entire community's desperate, last-ditch attempt to understand, and perhaps to control, the devastating plague that had erupted from within their very being. The silence, their most cherished possession, was being stolen from them, one wet, explosive Gichku at a time, and the Somnian people, in their quiet despair, could only wait for Kale's bizarre performance to either bring clarity or plunge them deeper into the terrifying, undignified chaos of a sneezing world. Chapter 13. The Elder's Desperation. The grand dream chamber and the various antechambers of the Somnian caverns had, in the wake of the sneezing plague, become a peculiar soundscape of muffled eruptions. What had begun as Kale's singular, horrifying transgression had metastasized into a widespread affliction, turning the Somnian pursuit of absolute silence into a cruel cosmic joke. But the most exquisitely ironic, and arguably most devastating, aspect of this communal nasal rebellion was its insidious creep into the very heart of Somnian power, the chambers of deliberation and the venerable elders themselves. These were the individuals who had, only cycles ago, sat in chilling judgment of Kale, their inner voices radiating condemnation for a perceived failure of personal control. Now the very forces they decried were turning their own nasal passages into battlegrounds. Editor Sistel, the staunchest traditionalist whose inner voice had resonated with the sharpness of flint, was among the first of the council to succumb. It began, as it often did, with an almost imperceptible tickle, a phantom feather brushing the inside of his nostrils. He was mid-projection, silently laying out a particularly harsh proposal for mass communal nasal purification, when his face subtly contorted. A tremor ran through his usually unyielding frame. His eyes, typically unwavering, darted wildly, searching for an unseen culprit, a rogue dust mote perhaps. He pinched his nostrils, a desperate, silent plea to his rebellious physiology, but the urge, relentless and primordial, built with an agonizing speed. A choked, guttural "a" escaped him, quickly muffled by a hand that moved with surprising speed, but not before the resonant stone of the chamber amplified the sound into a wet, obscene, slurping noise. The other elders, though suffering in their own silent ways, felt a collective surge of grim satisfaction. Thistle, the unshakable, had been shaken. His shame, broadcast not in words, but in a wave of psychic mortification, was almost as loud as the sound itself. Then came Elder Pebble, whose meticulous cultivation of moss had once been a testament to his serene control. He was silently observing a new strain of sound-absorbing lichen when his head suddenly snapped back. His mouth opened, a wide, unbidden chasm, and a loud, surprisingly robust Jechu. "Bini, gandes die avond stabili, overnight. Netivnim dein die. resonating off the moss-lined walls with a startling echo. His eyeglasses, usually perched precisely on his nose, flew off, clattering against the stone floor, a sound so shocking that it caused several other elders to involuntarily flinch, their own suppressed coughs and sniffles momentarily forgotten in the sheer audacity of the metallic clink. Pebble, his face flushed with shame, retrieved his spectacles with trembling fingers, but the dignity of his position, and indeed his very perception of himself, felt irrevocably shattered. The high dream weaver, whose spiritual aura had always radiated a calming purity, found themselves increasingly afflicted. Their deep-set eyes, which had once held the serene wisdom of generations, now perpetually twitched, struggling against the onset of an itchy nose. Their inner voice, usually a steady, guiding hum, was now punctuated by subtle internal jerks. As their subconscious mind fought off the insistent tickle, they would occasionally perform a series of rapid, silent head tilts, a frantic dance of avoidance against an invisible aggressor. Once, during a solemn contemplation of the root tree's health, a sudden violent spasm racked their body, resulting in a single, surprisingly powerful "Oishoo!" Yin Tat sent wisps of their finely braided hair flying. Sound was so utterly unexpected from them, so blasphemous in its origin, that it hung in the air like a physical entity, a ghost of their lost purity. The high dream weaver, who had spent their entire life as the embodiment of stillness, now found themselves constantly wrestling with an uncontrollable, undignified reflex, their attempts at maintaining composure a pathetic, silent ballet of suppressed twitching and mental wrestling. The chambers of deliberation, once a bastion of solemn, ordered thought, had devolved into a silent comedy of errors. The inner voice projections, which had previously flowed with crystalline clarity, now arrived as fragmented bursts, punctuated by the mental images of contorted faces and silent, desperate struggles against impending sneezes. An elder would begin a profound reflection on the nature of attunement, only to have their mental words suddenly cut off by a jarring, internal "pam-pa," followed by a silent, psychic apology. The air, far from being cleansed, now felt thick with an invisible cloud of pollen, a phantom irritant that seemed to target the most sensitive, the most disciplined, with perverse precision. The elders, suffering from the very affliction they were trying to solve, grew increasingly desperate. Their usual methods of quiet contemplation and reasoned inner voice debate were failing them. The consensus that had once flowed so easily was now fractured by personal discomfort and mounting frustration. The very core of their authority, their ability to maintain order through silent wisdom, was being undermined by their own constantly running noses and involuntary twitches. Elder Tistel, despite his earlier resistance, now found himself clutching at any straw. His latest proposal, projected with a newfound urgency that bordered on panic, was for an immediate, large-scale atmospheric rectification ritual. This involved summoning every available mistweaver, not just to rehumidify the chamber, but to perpetually spray the entire cavern system with the strongest possible concentration of silence, flower essence, hoping to literally drown the airborne irritants and suppress every potential sneeze reflex in the entire community. It was an extreme measure, likely to leave a lingering, cloying scent and a perpetual dampness. But the traditionalists were now so desperate, they were willing to sacrifice comfort for a return to quiet. Elder Aspen, however, whose own nasal passages had begun to betray him with an occasional high-pitched sniffle, clung fiercely to Viridian's interpretation. "Go right tree, the creeping rot," his inner voice pleaded, now tinged with genuine fear. "'Tis plague of sneezes. It is the proof. It is the cleansing, the expulsion of the unseen truth. We must understand it, not merely suppress it. If we only silence the symptoms, the deeper sickness will fester. We must accelerate Kale's trial. Their mastery is our only hope of interpreting this widespread chaos." He argued for an immediate intensive study of the expelled fluids, hoping to find microscopic evidence of Viridian's unseen dust, a physical manifestation of the spiritual rot. The very thought of elders meticulously examining flame would have been unthinkable weeks ago, but desperation bred a strange kind of scientific pragmatism. Viridian, for their part, remained largely unaffected by the sneezing plague, a fact that only amplified their enigmatic aura. They observed the elders' struggles with a quiet, almost detached intensity, their own mental projections now holding a subtle note of grim triumph. Viridian is speaking, Viridian projected, their voice like the rustle of dry leaves. It speaks loudly because we have been deaf. It speaks through discomfort because comfort blinded us. The trial of the inner silence is not just for Kale. It is for us all. Can we learn to listen to the unexpected? Can we find wisdom in the eruption? They proposed an even more radical step, a temporary, controlled loosening of some of the silence protocols in the common areas, arguing that by allowing some safe expressions of the sneeze, they might be able to study its patterns, to understand its language, rather than merely suppressing it in fear. The idea was met with a chorus of horrified psychic recoils from the traditionalists, but the High Dream Weaver, their own nose twitching ominously, did not immediately dismiss it. The High Dream Weaver, now perpetually caught between the clamoring inner voices of their elders and the undeniable physical discomfort of their own increasingly irritated nose, was truly at a breaking point. The guiding dream, their sacred source of truth, remained obstinately blank, a vast, silent void. The communal consciousness, usually a serene river, was now a choppy, mud-filled torrent. They could feel the frustration, the fear, the growing sense of panic rippling through the entire Somnian populace. The moss cultivators were losing focus, their meticulous patterns disrupted by sudden, involuntary jerks. The moon petal weavers were producing erratic threads, their looms occasionally clattering with unintended force. The general sense of order, the very fabric of Somnian life, was fraying. Children, seeing their elders and parents constantly stifling sneezes, were becoming confused, their ingrained understanding of silence being openly contradicted by the very adults who taught it. The constant muffled sounds from every corner of the community created an unbearable, low-level thrum of anxiety that vibrated through every interaction. The irony was not lost on the High Dream Weaver, though it brought them no humor. Their entire civilization, founded on the principle of serene, unwavering silence, was now being threatened by a common bodily reflex. The very act they had condemned as blasphemy was now a pandemic, an absurd, uncontrollable force that mocked their rigid adherence to order. The Great Snuffle, once a cautionary tale of mild sniffles, now seemed almost quaint in comparison to the widespread, uncontrollable spasms racking their people. The ceremony, for which Kale's sneeze had been the igniting spark, had indeed collapsed into chaos, not in a grand, spectacular implosion, but in a slow, undignified unraveling of social norms and personal composure. The collective dream had failed, the guidance was gone, and now their waking reality was a symphony of suppressed explosions. The elders, their faces now frequently contorting in involuntary grimaces, their hands perpetually hovering near their noses, knew that the time for debate was over. The trial of the inner silence was no longer an option for Kale's redemption. It was a desperate, last-ditch gamble for the entire society. It was their only hope, however absurd, to find a cure for this silent, snotty apocalypse, and to determine if the whispers of prophecy would truly be heard amidst the undignified cacophony of a world that simply could not stop sneezing. Kale, the humble, once invisible sneezer, had become the unwilling linchpin of their civilization, and the elders, themselves now twitching and sniffing, could only pray that Kale's peculiar skill at controlled nasal expulsion would somehow, miraculously, save them all. Chapter 14. The secret herb, the chambers of deliberation, once the very crucible of Somnian thought and order, had become a chaotic echo chamber of suppressed physiological revolt. The subtle FMTMC of elder thistle, the surprisingly robust yachue of elder pebble, and the high dream weaver's own desperate internal struggles against the insistent tickle were a constant undermining refrain. The veneer of ancient wisdom was visibly cracking under the relentless assault of the sneezing plague, a phenomenon so absurdly undignified that it defied all Somnian understanding of cosmic balance. The community outside fared no better. Their daily lives now a silent, frantic dance of containment, their every interaction punctuated by the muffled, wet sounds of communal nasal failure. The trial of the inner silence, Kale's peculiar ordeal, was still pending, but its significance now felt overshadowed by the widespread suffering. What good was personal mastery over a sneeze if the entire populace was drowning in a silent, snotty apocalypse? In this atmosphere of profound desperation, the elders, their faces etched with a perpetual grimace of impending nasal discharge, had exhausted their conventional wisdom. Their hallowed history scrolls offered no precedent for a widespread, seemingly contagious sneezing affliction. The ancient texts, usually so clear in their guidance, now seemed to mock them with their emphasis on pristine silence. It was in this moment of collective intellectual and physiological breakdown that their attention reluctantly turned once more to Viridian. Viridian, the enigmatic keeper of unbidden thoughts, remained remarkably unaffected by the plague. While the high dream weaver occasionally twitched, and elder Thistle's nostrils flared with alarming frequency, Viridian's gaunt face remained impassive, their eyes holding that unsettling, distant intensity. They moved through the deliberating elders with a quiet assurance, almost as if savoring the irony of a society that had systematically ignored chaos now being consumed by it. The e-scroll of the unruly hum, Viridian's inner voice projected, cutting through the general mental clamor of elders silently battling their own nasal passages, contains not only prophecies of disruptive truth, but also echoes of forgotten remedies. Our ancestors, in their desperate early cycles, were perhaps more open to unconventional solutions before the rigid pursuit of perfect purity led them to discard anything less than pristine. Elder Aspen's inner voice, though still tinged with a faint internal itch, responded with a glimmer of hope. What forgotten remedies, Viridian? Our healers have tried every known herb, every cleansing ritual. Nothing quells this persistent irritation. It is as if the very air seeks to betray us. Viridian projected a new mental image, a stylized rendering of a flowering plant, unlike any known to contemporary Somnian botany. Its petals were a deep, venous purple, almost black, and its stalk appeared gnarled and twisted, as if struggling against an immense, unseen pressure. From its core, a faint, almost imperceptible, silver luminescence emanated, a stark contrast to its dark foliage. This, Viridian projected, is the Jumral bloom. It is said to neutralize the errant dust at its source, to calm the overreactive membranes, and to bring a profound, unnatural stillness to the respiratory system. It was known in the First Age as the quieter of unruly breaths, a counteragent to the volatile chaos that plagued the land before the Great Awakening. A ripple of skeptical interest, mixed with a healthy dose of fear, spread through the elders. An unnatural stillness. The very concept was unsettling to a people who sought profound peace, but only through a pure, natural harmony. Yet, the current reality of constant, undignified snorting and suppressed explosions made any alternative, no matter how strange, profoundly appealing. Why then, Elder Thistle projected, trying to maintain an air of skeptical authority, despite the visible twitching of his nose, is such a powerful remedy not within our current knowledge. Why was it forgotten? Viridian turned, their shadowed eyes meeting thistles. Because, elder, it does not grow in the tranquil, cultivated caves of the whispering vale, nor on its sun-dappled ledges. It thrives only in a place of profound dissonance, a place your ancestors deliberately sealed off and cursed, hoping to erase it from memory. It grows in the heart of the shuddering woods. The mention of the shuddering woods sent a collective psychic shiver through the chambers of deliberation, instantly eclipsing the elders' personal nasal discomfort. The shuddering woods was not merely a dangerous place. It was a terrifying, almost mythical realm beyond the known boundaries of the whispering vale. It was spoken of in the hushed tones reserved for nightmares, a place of utter, bewildering sensory distortion. Unlike the comforting, damp silence of the vale, or even the chilling silence of the mists, the shuddering woods was a place of unnatural sounds. It was said that within the shuddering woods, the very moss underfoot did not absorb sound, but emitted it, a constant, low, unbidden whisper hissy that seemed to emanate from nowhere and everywhere at once. The subterranean streams, rather than flowing silently, gurgled and eyes slushing with an unsettling, almost human-like groan. The air currents, which in the vale were gentle and predictable, here would suddenly whooshen and whistle with violent, unpredictable force, rattling unseen leaves and causing phantom echoes. It was a place where the absence of natural sound was replaced by an unsettling, manufactured cacophony, a constant low-level thrum of discordant, meaningless noise that drove even the most stoic somnian to the brink of madness. Legends told of those who ventured into the shuddering woods, returning with their inner ears permanently scarred, their minds unable to distinguish true silence from the phantom rustle of the woods, forever haunted by the memory of its unsettling sounds. And the curse? Ferdinand continued, their inner voice gaining a subtle, almost theatrical resonance. The curse is that the very air in the shuddering woods is permeated with a unique, intensely irritating pollen, a primal, unrefined variant of the errant dust. It does not cause a conventional sickness, but an overwhelming, irresistible urge to sneeze. It is a place of perpetual, uncontrolled nasal expulsion, a constant symphony of Yaukosen and GHSSC and wet, guttural Y-snortscore. Our ancestors sealed it off not only to contain its chaotic sounds, but also to prevent the spread of its unique pollen, knowing that such an environment would shatter the delicate sensibilities of their people. They believed that by forgetting the place, they could forget the very possibility of such a pervasive, uncontrollable cacophony. The irony was not lost on the sneezing elders. Here they were, suffering from a widespread, unbidden sneezing plague, and the only known remedy grew in a place that caused the very affliction they sought to cure, a place so anathema to their sensibilities it had been cursed and forgotten. It was a joke from the ancestors, a truly dark and profound one. Then Yabrombral Blume, Elder Aspen projected, his face twitching as he fought a nascent urge to sneeze, is a true counter-agent. It grows yin situm, absorbing the very essence of the chaos it is meant to quell. It is a natural antidote born of the very affliction. He saw the terrible, beautiful symmetry of it, a natural balance in a world that had striven for unnatural purity. But to enter the shuddering woods, Elder Pebble projected, still trying to gently realign his spectacles, is to risk spiritual contamination, to subject oneself to that cacophony, to that unending assault of uncontrolled sound. It could unmake a somnian. Our training, our very beings, are calibrated to silence. Indeed, Viridian acknowledged, their inner voice dry. And yet, you suffer here in your chambers of curated quietude. The chaos has found you. Perhaps it is time to face it, rather than forever fleeing its shadow. They then added, almost as an aside, the scroll also mentions that the Uambral Blume is harvested not through silence, but through a particular frequency, a harmonious resonance that only appears in the deepest parts of the woods, a sound so profound it drowns out the cacophony and causes the bloom to reveal its true luminescence. This resonance, it is believed, is triggered by a specific, controlled, and deeply intentional exhalation. The implication hung heavy in the mental air. An intentional exhalation. Controlled sneeze. The high dream weaver, whose face had been a study in increasing despair, now lifted their head, their eyes fixed on Viridian. Their inner voice, surprisingly steady despite a faint unbidden tremor in their lower lip, projected, "Oh, would dare venture into such a place? Who possesses the fortitude, the internal strength, to face the very essence of chaos, and to seek this harmonious resonance?" Our eyes, physical and internal, turned to Cale, still kneeling silently in the center of the chamber, an unwitting, bewildered pawn in this cosmic game of Nazzle Chicken. Cale had been listening to the entirety of this bizarre revelation, their mind a swirling vortex of disbelief, horror, and a strange, almost manic amusement. Their lifelong struggle against the errant dust sensitivity, their ultimate, humiliating failure, and now this, a legendary plant, growing in a cursed forest of sneezes, harvested by a specific, controlled exhalation. The absurdity of it was almost unbearable. They, Cale, the accidental harbinger of the sneezing plague, were now perhaps the only one uniquely positioned to brave its source, to seek its antidote. The high dream weaver projected again, their inner voice now infused with a desperate new kind of hope. Kyle Tunkanlens, your training for the trial of the inner silence, your ability to focus upon and attempt to control the very mechanism of the sneeze. Perhaps this was not merely preparation for a ritual, but for a pilgrimage, for the retrieval of the umbral bloom. Cale felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cool air of the chamber. Their initial sneeze had been a personal catastrophe. Then it had become a societal plague. Now it was a quest, a ridiculous, horrifying, profoundly ironic quest into the very heart of chaos. The creeping rot beneath the root tree was now tangible, a pervasive affliction that permeated every Somnian nostril. The thunder from within was no longer just a prophecy of a single personal sneeze, but perhaps the key to unlocking the true essence of the umbral bloom, the plant that cured unnatural sneezes. The entire scenario was so perfectly, exquisitely ludicrous that Cale almost laughed, a silent, internal, hysterical laugh that would have been yet another unforgivable breach of etiquette. The idea of venturing into a forest of perpetual sneezes, searching for an herb that cured sneezes, and harvesting it with a controlled sneeze, was a level of cosmic absurdity that Cale, in their quiet, unremarkable life, could never have imagined. The elders, their noses still twitching, their minds still struggling with the implications of Viridian's revelations, looked at Cale with a new, desperate mixture of apprehension and hope. The trial of the inner silence was not just a performance now. It was a mission. Cale, the meekest of Somnians, was about to embark on the most chaotic, the most unsomnian, and perhaps the most utterly vital journey in the history of the Whispering Vale, all to find a cure for a plague that they themselves had, however inadvertently, unleashed. The future of Somnia, the very essence of their quiet existence, now depended on a journey into a place where silence was not merely absent, but profoundly, terrifyingly wrong. Chapter 15. The journey begins. The silence that followed the elders' reluctant agreement for Cale to embark on the quest for the umbral bloom was not one of peace but of profound collective apprehension. The chambers of deliberation, despite the conclusion of the formal debate, still buzzed with the silent turmoil of the sneezing plague, a constant undercurrent of internal sniffles and suppressed facial twitches. Elder Tistel, the staunchest of traditionalists, whose opinions still resonated with a metallic rigidity, even as his own nasal passages frequently threatened rebellion, found himself appointed Kale's unwilling companion. It was Viridian's unsettling logic that had swayed the High Dreamweaver. Thistle, by virtue of his unwavering belief in the old ways and his visceral aversion to noise, would serve as a living, suffering testament to the wood's power and, perhaps, a witness forced to confront the very chaos he abhorred. His personal struggle with the burgeoning plague, marked by sudden, violent bodily jolts and muffled, desperate if-ping-fee sounds, made him the perfect, albeit unwilling, candidate to experience the ultimate dissonance. Preparations for the journey were, by Somnian standards, a chaotic absurdity. Somnians were not, by nature or by cultural inclination, travelers. Their lives were meticulously contained within the secure, silent confines of the Whispering Vale, a place where every stone and every moss patch was known, categorized, and meticulously tended. The very concept of packing was alien. Their needs were few, supplied by communal stores, and their robes were universally simple, unadorned. Yet they were now required to prepare for a foray into a realm of sensory overload, a place where the familiar rules of existence were inverted. The provisions were minimal, chosen for their utter lack of sound: concentrated gruel cakes, compressed and wrapped in layers of silent gossamer, purified water in softly padded gourds that made no sloshing sound, and a small, communal supply of the inner, quieting draught, Viridian's concoction, to be used not for Kale's training, but as a last resort against overwhelming sensory input. Each item was inspected for potential noise: a rustling wrapper, a rattling seed, even the subtle creak of a satchel strap. Kale and Elder Thistle were outfitted in specialized journey robe, woven from the densest, most sound-absorbing moss, designed to muffle footsteps and absorb stray atmospheric vibrations. They were even given elaborate, padded head coverings that extended over their ears, providing a physical barrier against the anticipated cacophony of the shuddering woods. These coverings, however, did nothing for the internal physiological struggle they knew awaited them. Elder Thistle, despite his grim acceptance of his fate, found every step of the preparation an affront to his sensibilities. He winced silently when a moss cake, accidentally dropped by an attendant, produced a faint, dull thud. His inner voice bristled at the sight of the coarse, unrefined material of their journey robes, so unlike the smooth, quiet weaves of the Vale. He kept his own nose pinched between his thumb and forefinger with an almost painful intensity, his face a mask of perpetually suppressed irritation, a silent prayer against the inevitable sneeze that seemed to lurk in every breath. Kale, on the other hand, moved with a quiet resignation, a strange, weary familiarity with the absurdity of it all. Their own training for the trial of the inner silence had ironically prepared them for this bizarre pilgrimage more than any other Somnian. The departure was a solemn, hushed affair. The entire Somnian community, those not too overcome by their own nasal afflictions, gathered in the outermost antechamber, sitting in a vast, silent vigil. Their faces, usually serene, were etched with a blend of desperation and a peculiar shared anxiety. They knew this journey was not just for Kale, but for all of them, a desperate gamble against the pervasive sneezing plague. There were no farewells, no spoken words, only a palpable wave of collective, silent hope and dread that washed over Kale and Elder Thistle as they moved towards the ancient heavy stone portal that marked the boundary of the Whispering Vale. The portal, a colossal slab of unadorned rock, usually stood as an unbreachable barrier, a silent testament to Somnia's isolation. Tonight, it swung open with a groan that, though carefully muffled by secreted greases, still felt like an obscenity to the Somnian ear. Beyond lay the mists, the uncharted, moss-choked lands that buffered the Vale from the wider, chaotic world. Stepping into the mists was a transition into a different kind of silence. Here, there was no cultivated peace, no soothing hum. It was a silence of desolation, of absence. The air was thick, heavy, muffling even the sound of their own footsteps. The moss underfoot was dead, brittle, a stark contrast to the living, vibrant moss of the vale. The mists clung to their robes, cold and damp, seeping into their very bones. There was a profound emptiness, a spiritual vacuum that unsettled the Somnian soul accustomed to the subtle hum of communal life. Elder Tistel found this silence unnerving, a blankness that felt more threatening than any noise. Cale, however, found a strange, transient comfort in it. It was a silence they understood, a simple emptiness, a brief respite before the true, terrifying chaos. They moved through the mists for what felt like an eternity, their padded robes absorbing any sound, their movements precise and deliberate. The air grew colder, the mist thicker, obscuring visibility beyond a few feet. It was a liminal space, a silent purgatory before the real test. The only sound was the soft, internal panting of their own breath, amplified by the close confines of their head coverings. Then, imperceptibly at first, the mists began to thin. The air grew less heavy, more volatile. A faint, almost subliminal sound began to penetrate Cale's padded head covering, a low, continuous thrum, like 1,000 unseen insects buzzing in unison, but without any discernible rhythm. It was the sound of the shuddering woods, the very threshold of chaos. Stepping across the invisible boundary into the shuddering woods was like being submerged in an alien element. The air immediately thickened with an invisible, irritating pollen, far more potent and aggressive than Cale's familiar errant dust. Instantly, Cale felt the telltale tickle begin its relentless assault, 1,000 tiny needles pricking the inside of their nostrils. Beside them, Elder Thistle stiffened, his hand flying to his nose, his face contorting in a mask of silent, internal agony. And then, the sounds. They were not loud, not crashing thunder or piercing shrieks. They were far worse, far more insidious to the Somnian psyche. The very moss underfoot, instead of absorbing sound, seemed to sigh with each step, a soft, drawn-out whoosh that carried no meaning, no intention, only pervasive, unsettling noise. The streams which flowed silently in the vale here gurgled and sloshed with a wet, grotesque glug, 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 like something perpetually drowning. The unseen leaves above them perpetually rustled, not by wind, but by some unseen force, creating a constant dry hush. The wind, when it did blow, did not merely murmur, but whistled in through unseen crevices, a high-pitched mocking woi-ee-woo that seemed to mimic the sound of a suppressed sneeze. It was a cacophony of gentle, unsettling, meaningless sounds, a constant assault on their Somnian senses. It was the auditory equivalent of being pelted with cotton balls, soft but endlessly irritating and disorienting. Elder Tistel, his entire being calibrated to the absence of sound, looked utterly horrified. His eyes, already red from the irritating pollen, darted about, searching for the source of these abominable noises, only to find nothing. He struggled to maintain his composure, his body twitching, his hands constantly rubbing his nose. Cale, though equally assaulted, found a strange, grim determination settling over them. This was the source, the wellspring of their current misery. The sneezes began almost immediately. Cale, despite their intensive training, felt the overwhelming urge build, too rapidly to suppress completely. A muffled, wet, peef escaped them, instantly swallowed by the insidious hum of the woods, but terrifyingly loud in their own ears. Elder Tistel, beside them, let out a desperate, strangled shriek, quickly followed by a series of choked, rattling breaths. His facial contortions were exquisite in their agony. His inner voice, usually so controlled, was a jumbled mess of outraged protests, Meath is an abomination, a desecration of the senses. We are undone. They pressed deeper into the woods, the air growing heavier with the irritant, the sounds growing more intense, more random. The moss now seemed to echo burp as they stepped, a wet eye-plop that made Elder Thistle visibly shudder. Invisible vines seemed to slither across their path with a dry, rustling hiss. Every natural phenomenon in the shuddering woods seemed to be twisted into an unnerving sonic parody of itself. The dangers of the shuddering woods were not fierce beasts or treacherous pitfalls, but far more insidious. The pervasive pollen caused their eyes to water constantly, blurring their vision and making navigation difficult. The constant, low cacophony was profoundly disorienting, stripping away their ability to gauge distance or direction. Shadows seemed to writhe with phantom movements, and the very air felt as if it were pressing down on them, vibrating with unseen frequencies. It was a place designed to unmake a Somnian, to strip them of their most cherished sense, and replace it with a maddening, meaningless din. And the sneezing. It was relentless. Kale, having spent a lifetime trying to avoid this, now found themselves in a place where the very air demanded it. Their efforts to produce a controlled sneeze for their training seemed quaint here, an impossible dream amidst the constant building pressure in their sinuses. They resorted to muffling their sneezes into their padded robes, turning each violent expulsion into a wet, choking sound, a private misery. Elder Thistle, however, had less success. His rigorous traditional training had emphasized OEG suppression, not control. He would fight each sneeze with a desperate, whole-body struggle, his face turning purple, his hands clamped over his mouth and nose, only for the inevitable "Gia-ku" to burst forth with a startling force, often followed by a series of wet, choking coughs. Each of his sneezes resonated with a raw, almost comical anguish, a lifetime of suppressed sound violently reclaiming its due. The harmonious resonance Kale projected, their inner voice raspy with the effort of communication through the pollen-laden air. Viridian said it would be in the deepest parts, a sound that drowns out the cacophony. Elder Thistle merely nodded, his face contorted as he fought off another tickle. His traditional Somnian concept of harmony was being pulverized by the sheer force of this disorienting noise. His earlier rigid condemnation of Kale now felt absurd, a quaint memory compared to the shared horrifying reality of their situation. He was no longer Elder Thistle, the unshakable traditionalist. He was simply Thistle, a perpetually sneezing, deeply uncomfortable Somnian elder, lost in a forest of noise. As they pressed deeper, the sounds subtly changed. The random whispers and gurgles became more dense, overlapping, creating a chaotic wall of sound that seemed to press in on their ears. Despite the padding, they were now in a realm of pure sonic saturation, a place where sound was not just present, but an overwhelming oppressive force. The umbral bloom was somewhere within this auditory nightmare, a plant that only bloomed to a specific, intentional exhalation, a controlled sneeze. Kale felt the absurdity of their quest like a physical weight. To find a cure for a world full of sneezes, they had to navigate a world of noise, and then, most ridiculously of all, perfectly execute the very sound that had brought their civilization to its knees. The journey had truly begun, a strange, desperate pilgrimage into the heart of nasal chaos, with a sneezing elder as their only, utterly bewildered companion. Chapter 16. The forest of whispers, the shuddering woods, was not merely a place of sound. It was a living, breathing mockery of Somnian existence, a realm where every fundamental principle of silence and order was inverted with a perverse, dark humor. Kale and Elder Thistle, wrapped in their sound-absorbing robes and padded head coverings, pressed deeper into its unsettling depths, each step a descent into a new layer of sensory assault. The omnipresent pollen, the primal, unrefined variant of the errant dust, as Viridian had termed it, was a constant itchy torment, turning every breath into a conscious gargantuan effort against the inevitable. For Elder Thistle, This was not merely discomfort. It was a physical manifestation of blasphemy. His somnian soul, calibrated to centuries of profound silence, recoiled from every rustle, every gurgle, every soft vet plope dat resonated from the moss beneath their feet. The air itself seemed to hum with unseen static, a low, formless vibration that set his teeth on edge and seemed to rattle his very bones. His inner voice, usually a bastion of rigid adherence to traditional thought, had become a frantic, fragmented torrent of bewildered protest. Peace is not the harmony of the veil. This is the scream of chaos. It is tearing at my very essence. He projected, his thoughts echoing wildly in Cale's mind, a far cry from his usual composed pronouncements. His physical manifestations of distress were even more pronounced. His face was perpetually contorted in a silent grimace. His hands clamped over his mouth and nose, trying to prevent the inevitable. But the inevitable always came. A sudden violent shudder would rack his frame, his body jerking with the effort of holding back, only for a roar, guttural vacu, to burst forth, often followed by a choking cough and a desperate muffled gasp for air. Each sneeze was a miniature explosion of shame, a violation not just of the wood's peculiar rules, but of his own deeply ingrained somnian being. He would then stand frozen for a long moment, eyes wide with horror, as if waiting for the very ground to open up and swallow him whole, a silent, comedic statue of despair. The trees themselves seemed to conspire against them. These were not the silent, graceful whisper trees of the vale, but gnarled, twisted giants whose bark resembled ancient, weeping faces. As Cale and Thistle navigated their labyrinthine roots, the trees seemed to come alive with a grotesque mockery of sound. A deep, hollow whoomp would emanate from a particularly large knothole, as if the tree itself had just expelled a prodigious amount of air. A silent, vegetative sneeze. Others would emit a soft, sibilant sniffling, a persistent, wet sound that seemed to chase them through the undergrowth. One colossal tree, its ancient branches draped with thick, heavy moss, would occasionally let out a long, drawn-out choo, a low, resonant sigh sneeze that vibrated through the very ground beneath their feet, shaking loose, unseen motes of pollen that instantly intensified Cale's and Thistle's own nasal irritation. It was as if the forest was actively afflicted with the very plague they sought to cure, a vast botanical symphony of respiratory distress. The shadows, long and shifting in the filtered greenish light, played their own cruel tricks. They seemed to writhe and undulate, forming vague, indistinct shapes that mimicked the contorted faces of suppressed sneezers. A particularly deep shadow might elongate and stretch, forming a silent, gaping mouth, then snap back, as if having just completed a loud, invisible wachu. Penisilfon, niteliganit suicicare. None. The mist, which swirled perpetually through the branches, would coalesce into forms that resembled spectral figures, their heads thrown back in silent paroxysms of unseen sneezes, their ethereal bodies convulsing with mock convulsions. Cale, despite the overwhelming discomfort, found a morbid fascination in this. It was as if the forest itself was a vast, cosmic performance art piece, designed to illustrate the absurdity of their entire civilization's beliefs. The humor, though dark, was a thin shield against the encroaching madness. Kay's own struggles were constant, though perhaps less outwardly dramatic than Thistle's. Their years of training for the trial of the inner silence, their obsessive efforts to master the sneeze reflex, provided them with a grim, practiced awareness of the building pressure, the inevitable contraction. Here, however, that control was constantly overwhelmed. The pollen was too pervasive, the irritation too relentless. They found themselves forced to revert to the most basic, most desperate form of suppression, clamping their jaws shut, gritting their teeth, forcing the air down, muffling the explosion into their padded robes. The result was a constant series of wet, choking huffs and deep rattling exhalations, each one a testament to their body's failure to maintain silence. Their eyes streamed constantly from the irritation, and a dull, throbbing ache had taken root behind their forehead. Their inner voice, however, maintained a strange, almost detached observational quality. Peace is it, then, the source of all things snotty. Truly, the ancestors possessed a most peculiar sense of humor to hide wisdom in such indignity. One particularly unnerving encounter occurred when they stumbled into a grove of whispering willows, whose long, thin branches brushed against each other with a dry, hissing shh that sounded uncannily like a collective conspiratorial whisper. As Kale and Thistle passed through, the Asheshi would suddenly crescendo into a wet shish, as if the entire grove was simultaneously fighting off an enormous communal sneeze. Elder Tistle, his nose already red and chafed from constant rubbing, froze, his hands instinctively flying to his mouth, his shoulders hunched in anticipation of his own sympathetic reaction. And indeed, a moment later, a series of muted G-C rattled through his chest, followed by a singular, unmuffled "Shaw!" echoed briefly through the rustling leaves, leaving him trembling. Deeper still, the forest floor became a treacherous landscape of gurgle ponds. Shallow depressions filled with dark, stagnant water that perpetually emitted a low, wet glug-glug, punctuated by sudden, violent eblurps that sounded distressingly like someone swallowing air too quickly, then expelling it with a wet burp. Stepping into one by accident, Kale's boot sank into the soft, muddy bottom with a squelching shloop that made Elder Thistle recoil with a silent shudder of disgust. His inner voice, surprisingly, registered only, "Unclean." Unclean. Why his somnian aversion to wet, uncontained sounds was battling with his increasingly frantic respiratory system. The harmonious resonance Viridian had spoken of, the sound that would cause the umbral bloom to reveal itself, seemed an impossible dream amidst this pervasive auditory torture. How could one discern a specific frequency in such a relentless cacophony? How could one produce a controlled, intentional exhalation when the body was in a constant state of involuntary rebellion? Ko tried to focus, to channel their inner quieting draft training, but the external stimuli were overwhelming. Every attempt to calm their internal landscape was met with a new, irritating sound, a fresh assault of pollen. The irony was relentless. They needed silence to achieve the controlled sneeze. But the very place they were in was designed to produce the opposite. Elder Tistle, meanwhile, had begun to exhibit a peculiar coping mechanism, born of sheer, exhausted desperation. When a sneeze was imminent, rather than fighting it with all his might, he would now try to direct it, not to muffle it, but to absorb it. He would physically hunch over, his face contorted, and then, at the peak of the internal pressure, he would attempt to exhale the force of the sneeze downwards into the earth with a series of deep, guttural grunts and forced exhalations that ended in a wet, hollow sound, like a large, distressed animal burying its head. It was less a sneeze and more profound, internal groan of resignation. The effect was utterly undignified, a complete abandonment of somnian poise, but it was, in its own bizarre way, a rudimentary form of control, a physical surrender to the inevitable while still attempting to maintain some semblance of spiritual deflection. Kay watched him, a silent, knowing pity in their heart. Thistle, the embodiment of rigid tradition, was slowly, agonizingly, being broken down by the sheer absurdity of the sneezing plague and its cursed origin. They pressed on, deeper and deeper, the air growing thicker with pollen, the sounds more oppressive. The whistling winds seemed to whisper directly into their ear coverings, forming indistinct, mocking phrases that played on their deepest fears. Silence is a lei chaos, is your true form a crucero true the ground became spongy. Uneven, occasionally squishing underfoot with a wet, flatulent sound that Elder Thistle would silently recoil from, his internal protests a palpable wave of disgust. The journey was not just a physical one, it was a psychological gauntlet, a constant assault on their Somnian identity. Every step was a battle against their ingrained instincts, every breath a fight against their own rebellious biology. Kale, the accidental catalyst, and Elder Thistle, the reluctant witness, were being forced to confront the very nature of chaos, to see if their rigid world could bend, or if it would simply break under the relentless, absurd, and deeply undignified pressure of a cosmic sneeze. They were lost in a forest where the trees sneezed, the shadows mocked, and the very ground seemed to gurgle with a perverse amusement, all while they desperately sought a remedy that could only be activated by the very sound they were trying so hard to control. The humor of it was undeniable, if one could only breathe long enough to appreciate the cosmic irony. Chapter 17. The herb's guardian, the heart of the shuddering woods, was a relentless assault on the Somnian soul. Kale and Elder Thistle, their sound-absorbing robes heavy with accumulated dampness, and their faces perpetually contorted against the invisible scourge of pollen, pressed deeper. The cacophony here was not merely loud, it was a maddening tapestry of unnatural sounds, each thread designed to unravel the very fabric of Somnian sanity. The trees themselves seemed to breathe a moist guttural wah-sha as they passed, shaking loose fresh motes of irritant. The gurgle ponds abruptly and slushing with an unsettling internal wetness, and the whispering willows hissed their eternal sibilant HEA's SSSS sniffle, a sound that seemed to crawl under their padded head coverings and scratch at their inner ear. Elder Thistle, the stoic embodiment of Somnian rigidity, was steadily losing his composure. His elegant robes were now stained with damp patches where he had desperately muffled a series of explosive sneezes, turning each wah-coo into a wet, choking yo-oomph, ready to rattle his entire skeletal structure. His eyes, perpetually watering, were wide with a terrified bewilderment, darting about as if searching for an escape from this auditory nightmare. His inner voice, once so firm in its condemnations, was now a constant frantic stream of internal pleas. Unnatural abomination. Oh, the indignity! His attempts at the burial sneeze, his desperate downward exhalations, resulted in a series of deep, resonant grunts that sounded like a colossal constipated beast. He would then stand, frozen in a silent paroxysm of shame, his entire being vibrating with the aftershocks of his latest undignified expulsion. Kale, though equally afflicted by the relentless pollen, found a strange, almost detached resilience. Their lifetime of battling the errant dust's sensitivity, their peculiar training for the trial of the inner silence, had forged a peculiar kind of fortitude. While they too suffered from the constant urge to sneeze, their internal focus allowed them to experience the chaos with a grim, almost analytical curiosity. Each wet huff and suppressed echew was a testament not just to their body's rebellion, but to the sheer absurdity of their predicament. They were in essence becoming attuned to the dissonance, a grotesque mirroring of their ancestors' quest for attunement to silence. As they ventured further, the pervasive cacophony subtly shifted. The individual mocking sounds of the trees and ponds began to blend, forming a dense, oppressive wall of noise, a constant low-frequency hum that vibrated through their very bones. Yet, within this overwhelming din, Kale detected a faint, almost melodic, discordant resonance. It was not a pleasant sound, but a complex, multi-layered rhythm that pulsed beneath the surface of the chaos, a sound that felt both alien and strangely familiar. It was the harmonious resonance Viridian had spoken of, a sound not of purity, but of balanced chaos. They pushed through a thicket of what appeared to be sighing vines, whose interwoven tendrils produced a collective drawn-out YSSSigi as they parted. Beyond lay a small, strangely opened clearing. The air here was still thick with the irritating pollen, prompting Kale to suppress a particularly violent sneeze which emerged as a choking, rattling woo-em-fief. Elder Tistel, behind them, let out a truly prodigious "Vet Viachu." They fade and momentarily part the very mist. But the background hum, the harmonious resonance, was undeniably stronger here, emanating from the very center of the clearing. In the center of this clearing, standing perfectly still, was a figure that defied all Somnian categorization. It was roughly humanoid in shape, but composed entirely of what appeared to be tightly woven strands of living, phosphorescent moss, pulsing with a faint internal light. It had no discernible facial features, only two luminous, unblinking eyes that seemed to absorb all light, and a single, surprisingly delicate mouth slit that did not move as it communicated. Its form seemed to ripple and shift at the edges, as if perpetually vibrating with an unseen energy. This was no Somnian, no creature known to their lore. This was the legendary Resonance Keeper, the guardian of the umbral bloom, mentioned only in the most obscure and dismissed appendices of the Yi scroll of the unruly hum. Its silence was profound, unnatural, not the gentle quiet of the veil, but the unnerving stillness of something that utterly transcended sound, yet existed solely to govern it. The Resonance Keeper's inner voice, when it finally projected into Kale's and Thistle's minds, was unlike anything they had ever experienced. It was not the crisp, intellectual projection of the elders, nor the raw, root-like resonance of Viridian. Instead, it was a perfectly synthesized chorus of every sound Kale and Thistle had heard in the shuddering woods, layered and compressed, yet strangely intelligible. It was the whisper-hiss of the moss, the gurgle of the ponds, the mocking whistle of the wind, the occasional deep whoomp of the trees, all woven into a single complex mental chord that vibrated directly within their skulls. Yet, despite its chaotic composition, it was undeniably clear. Shusik, the quieter of unruly breaths. The Resonance Keeper's voice resonated, a symphony of environmental dissonance. Shusik, the umbral bloom. But access to the bloom is not for those who merely suffer its absence. It is for those who understand the language of disruption, who can find harmony in chaos. You have been brought here by the thunder from within, Kale. And you, Elder Thistle, by the unwilling dance of the inner quake. Upon hearing his own involuntary sneezes referenced with such poetic, unsettling accuracy, visibly shuddered, clamping his hands over his mouth and nose, his eyes wide with a mixture of terror and utter mortification. His inner voice, a panicked, jumbled thought, screamed, "It knows! It knows my shame." Kale, however, felt a strange recognition. This creature was the embodiment of the paradox, the living synthesis of the shuddering wood's bizarre existence. "Before you may approach the bloom," the Resonance Keeper's voice continued, the internal cacophony building subtly in intensity. "You must prove your understanding. You must solve the riddles of dissonance. For the bloom reveals itself only to those who comprehend the song of chaos, and can silence it, not through suppression, but through knowledge." Kale felt a familiar knot of dread and absurd determination in their stomach. Riddles, try, in a place where even their own bodily functions were rebelling. The irony was exquisite. First riddle. The Resonance Keeper's voice resonated, the background hum of the woods seeming to sharpen. "He am louder than silence, yet I speak no word. I am felt by all, yet seen by none. I announce arrival, yet say no farewell. What am I? Destil's mind, already overwhelmed by the sensory assault and his own impending sneezes, whirled in confusion. Impossible. Nothing can be louder than silence. A paradox. Hey, his inner voice screamed, as he fought a sudden, violent tickle that threatened to make him explode. He clamped his hands even tighter over his nose, his face turning a shade of purple, his eyes bulging. Cale, however, focused, trying to filter the chaos from the message. They thought of their own experience, of the moments leading up to a Dethi sneeze. Sneeze, Cale projected, their inner voice raspy but clear, cutting through the background hum. Kit is louder than silence in its disruption, yet it is not a word. It is a feeling of pressure, unseen, that announces its arrival. But there is no farewell, only an aftermath. The resonance keeper's luminous eyes seemed to pulse slightly, and the chaotic hum of its voice softened, a subtle shift that indicated affirmation. Correct, child of thunder. You grasped the initial paradox. Prepare for the second. Dawn day. Andel Dan Riddle, the guardian projected, its voice now laced with a faint, mocking echo of elder thistles' suppressed grunts. I am the breath that is not life, the expulsion that does not cleanse. I carry unseen truths, yet my message is dismissed as mere static. I am the voice of the unheard, yet my sound is universally reviled. What am I? Aida Tistel, mid-contortion from a valiant effort to prevent an eruption, nearly choked on his own breath. Your breath. That is not life. That makes no sense. This is madness. His inner voice wailed, completely overwhelmed. A muffled, he escaped him, sending a spray of mist onto the moss at his feet. He sagged, defeated, his face a picture of utter, snotty despair. Cale, however, felt a surge of recognition. This was Viridian's teaching, the core of the EI scroll of the unruly hum. Zerandaste Cale projected, their inner voice gaining confidence, though their own nose was itching fiercely. Here, unseen, irritant. It is a breath, expelled, but not giving life. It carries the unseen truths, the creeping rot beneath the root tree, but its message is dismissed as static, as noise. And its sound, the sneeze it causes, is reviled. A wave of unexpected resonance pulsed from the resonance keeper, a clear indication of Cale's accuracy. The chaotic hum of its voice now held a subtle, almost musical quality, as if the very discord was being shaped into a new kind of harmony. Indeed, weaver of new truths, you perceive the unseen cause. Now, the final riddle. It is the most complex, for it concerns the very essence of your people's plight. Third riddle, the resonance keeper's voice resonated, now a rich, multi-layered chord of sound and anti-sound. I am the harmony that is born of chaos, the order found in eruption. I am the path to clarity, revealed only through rupture. I am the silence that speaks, the stillness that thunders. What am I? And what must you do to find me? Hearing the words silence that speaks and stillness that thunders, began to weep silently, tears streaming down his pollen-irritated cheeks, mingling with the sweat of his internal struggle. Impossible. His inner voice was now a pathetic whimper. Silence cannot thunder. Order cannot be born of eruption. This is pure, unadulterated madness. My nose, oh my nose. His entire body was twitching, a perpetual battle between the mounting pressure and his ingrained Somnian discipline. He was on the verge of a full-blown physiological collapse. Cale, however, had spent weeks grappling with this very paradox during their training. Their life, their entire culture, was now hinged on this very question. The answer resonated deep within them, a profound, almost absurd truth that had been slowly simmering since Viridian's first unsettling revelation. "Shu are the controlled sneeze," Kale projected, their inner voice strong and clear, their gaze fixed on the Resonance Keeper's luminous eyes, ignoring the frantic twitching of their own nose. Harmony born of chaos, because it is an intentional act within a chaotic reflex. The order found in eruption because it is a controlled rupture. The silence that speaks because it reveals truth through a sound. The stillness that thunders because it is born of deep internal control despite its external force. And what I must do to find you is to produce that exact resonance, that controlled exhalation, that intentional sneeze here in the heart of this chaos, to awaken the umbral bloom. The shuddering woods itself seemed to hold its breath. The pervasive cacophony, for the first time, softened, becoming a low, expectant thrum. The Resonance Keeper's form rippled, and its luminous eyes seemed to brighten. "You have found the truth, child of thunder. Not just the truth of the riddles, but the truth of your own potential. The umbral bloom awaits the touch of intentional resonance. The harmony is not the absence of sound, but the mastery of it, even its most unruly forms." With a final, profound, and utterly silent nod, the Resonance Keeper slowly began to dissipate, its mossy form unraveling into a shimmering, phosphorescent mist that settled onto the ground at Kale's feet, forming a swirling pool of soft silver light. And within this shimmering pool, amidst the perpetually rustling, gurgling, and whomping sound of the shuddering woods, began to emerge the most exquisitely dark and beautiful flower Kale had ever seen, the umbral bloom. Its petals, a deep, velvety black, unfurled slowly, but from its core, instead of emitting silence, it pulsed with the same subtle, discordant yet harmonious hum that Kale had detected in the background of the Resonance Keeper's voice, a bizarre symphony of contained chaos. Kale stared at it, their heart pounding, their nose itching with a fresh, overwhelming intensity. The pollen of the shuddering woods was at its peak here, demanding release. Elder Tistel, beside them, was now utterly prostrate, groaning softly, his entire body convulsing with suppressed sneezes, a pitiful, snotty heap of somnian despair. The stage was set. Kale, the accidental catalyst, the unwilling prophet, now faced the ultimate test. To produce the most controlled, most intentional sneeze of their life, in a forest that demanded involuntary chaos, and thereby to activate the very antidote that could save their entire ridiculously sneezing civilization. The absurdity of it all was almost too much to bear, and yet a strange, grim determination settled upon Kale, for they knew with unwavering certainty that the future of Somnia, in all its silent, solemn, snot-free glory, depended on a perfectly executed Jakku. Chapter 18. The return with the cure. The heart of the shuddering woods had indeed yielded its secret, though not without a final, absurd flourish of cosmic irony. Kale, standing before the shimmering umbral bloom, had felt the profound, overwhelming urge to sneeze, the pollen of the cursed forest at its most aggressive. Elder Tistel, a prostrate heap of dignified somnian despair, had been a physical testament to the severity of the affliction. But Kale, armed with the Resonance Keeper's riddles and Viridian's unsettling philosophy, had focused every fiber of their being, not on suppressing the sneeze, but on shaping it. The pressure built, a familiar, exquisite knot, tightening in their chest, and behind their eyes, the air gathering, the facial muscles tensing. Then, With a profound, almost spiritual effort, Kale allowed the sneeze. It was not a violent, uncontrolled eruption, but a surprisingly precise, resonant waku. The tat vibrated with the same complex, harmonious discord as the umbral bloom itself. The sound, rather than tearing through the air, seemed to meld with the forest's cacophony, creating a momentary, focused peak in the chaotic symphony. The effect was immediate and profound. The umbral bloom, which had been merely pulsing, now flared with a brilliant silver light that cut through the perpetual gloom of the shuddering woods. Its petals, previously deep black, unfurled fully, revealing inner surfaces of iridescent silver, shimmering with captured moonlight. A delicate, sweet scent, unlike any in the woods, diffused through the pollen-laden air, a counterpoint to the choking irritation. The harmonious resonance, previously a subtle hum beneath the chaos, now swelled, becoming a clear, pervasive tone that seemed to momentarily quiet the pervasive, mocking sounds of the trees and ponds, not by silencing them, but by overpowering their disorienting nature with its own controlled, profound presence. This was the drowning out Viridian had spoken of, a sound so true to its paradoxical nature that it commanded the very chaos around it. As the bloom flared, Elder Thistle, still groaning on the ground, suddenly stiffened. The overwhelming urge to sneeze, which had consumed him, seemed to recede, not entirely, but to a manageable, almost forgettable tickle. He blinked, his eyes slowly losing their haunted look, and looked up at Kale, then at the glowing flower, a dawning, incredulous relief washing over his snot-stained face. Kale carefully, almost reverently, plucked the umbral bloom. It was surprisingly light, its stem cool and firm, pulsing faintly with that unique resonant hum. Its silver luminescence filled the clearing, chasing away the most oppressive shadows. The pollen in the air, while still present, felt less aggressive, less irritating. The forest itself seemed to respond, its myriad sounds softening, the mocking undertones replaced by a more neutral, if still unsettling, murmur. The very air felt different, lighter, cleaner, as if a profound exhalation had occurred, not just from Kale, but from the entire, long-suffering forest. The journey back through the shuddering woods was still an ordeal, but subtly different. The pollen was still everywhere, and the trees still sighed their unsettling respiratory sounds. But the overwhelming, maddening pressure was lessened. Kale carried the umbral bloom carefully, its soft light illuminating their path, its gentle hum serving as a strange, guiding beacon. Elder Thistle, though still prone to occasional, muted sniffles, was no longer in a state of utter, dignified collapse. He walked beside Kale, his steps a little steadier, his perpetual grimace replaced by a look of profound, albeit weary, wonder. His inner voice, though still prone to bursts of exasperation, now held a new thread. It works. The abomination works. The chaos holds its own truth. Unimaginable. And the irony of being partially cured by the very plant that grew in the most chaotic place, activated by the very sneeze he so reviled, was slowly, agonizingly dawning on him. He found himself occasionally touching his nose, not to pinch it in desperation, but in a tentative gesture, as if testing the newfound, subtler reduction in irritation. The transition from the shuddering woods into the mists was less jarring on the return journey. The silence of the mists, once an empty vacuum, now felt almost restorative after the auditory assault of the forest. The air felt clear, though still damp, and the absence of sound, after the constant drone of the woods, was a balm to their frayed nerves. Elder Thistle even managed a few steps without instinctively clamping his hands over his mouth, a monumental achievement for a Somnian of his rigid disposition. He still twitched, of course, a lingering habit, but the panic in his eyes was replaced by a more manageable, weary exhaustion. As they approached the ancient stone portal of the Whispering Vale, the familiar, comforting hum of Somnian life, usually a serene, distant vibration, now reached them. But it was not the pristine hum they remembered. It was punctuated by a continuous, low-level cacophony of muffled coughs, strangled sniffles, and the undeniable wet sounds of hundreds, thousands of suppressed sneezes, even through their sound-absorbing robes. The pervading oral discomfort of their community was apparent. The sneezing plague was clearly still raging, perhaps even worse. The air seemed to throb with the collective effort of suppression, an undercurrent of bodily rebellion that vibrated through the very stones of the veil. Every breath drawn by any somnian felt like a carefully managed gamble against the inevitable, an internal negotiation with their own rebellious physiology. The portal, that colossal slab of unadorned rock, opened with its familiar, muffled groan. Kale and Elder Thistle stepped through, carrying the glowing umbral bloom like a fragile, paradoxical torch. They emerged into the outermost antechamber, where a smaller, perpetually agitated group of somnians stood vigil, their faces contorted, their hands clamped over their noses, their bodies twitching with the incessant urge to sneeze. Their eyes, perpetually watering, seemed to blink through a haze of discomfort, their expressions a desperate plea for relief rather than a look of anticipation. The moment they appeared, a wave of recognition, mixed with bewildered relief, rippled through the gathered few hours. They saw Kale, haggard but triumphant, holding the shimmering flower. They saw Elder Thistle, disheveled and weary, but no longer collapsing into a snotty heap. There should have been a collective gasp, a rush of silent gratitude, perhaps even the ritualistic, quiet bow of respect. But there was none of that. Instead, the moment Kale and Elder Thistle stepped fully into the antechamber, the atmosphere, thick with the pervasive, irritating pollen, seemed to trigger a fresh wave of uncontrollable sneezing among the waiting somnians. A young moss cultivator who had been struggling valiantly to maintain a dignified stance suddenly let out a loud, shuddering wah, choo. Yea, Tat propelled him forward a step, almost stumbling into Kale. Beside him, a pair of moon-petal weavers, their hands flying to their faces, erupted in a synchronized morpholibam imthpa. Watat sent their padded head coverings askew, revealing red, irritated nostrils. An elder, whose face was already perpetually crinkled in a silent grimace, leaned against a wall and emitted a protracted, watery isnu of fleeling that lasted for several agonizing seconds, his eyes squeezed shut in torment, his entire frame shuddering with the effort. A patient whisperer, whose very livelihood depended on absolute silence, stumbled back, letting out a series of small wet way-heshesum that sounded like a distressed rabbit. The sounds were not celebratory. They were a symphony of misery, a chorus of corporeal rebellion. The somnians closest to Kale and Thistle squinted through watering eyes, their faces twitching, trying to form expressions of relief or inquiry, but mostly succeeding only in conveying profound, nasal-induced suffering. Their hands, rather than reaching out in welcome or offering silent salutations, were instinctively clapped over their mouths and noses, attempting to muffle the next inevitable explosion. It was as if their bodies, now hyper-attuned to the irritant, had decided that the return of the heroes and the subsequent change in air currents from the opening portal was simply another opportunity for a mass, undignified expulsion. The communal gathering, usually an epitome of stillness, was a chaotic tableau of suppressed jerks and muffled sonic bursts, each individual a prisoner of their own rebellious cynicism. There was no triumphal procession, no solemn receiving line. Kale and Elder Thistle simply walked through a gauntlet of contorted faces, muffled sounds, and spasmodic bodily jerks. The villagers were literally too busy sneezing to celebrate their return. A few managed to project fleeting in a voice thoughts towards Kale. "Pea bloom. You have it. Oh, ah, choo. The irid half. The pollen is everywhere." It was a disjointed, mentally fragmented reception. their mental words frequently cut off by an internal spasm. The collective consciousness, usually a beacon of clear thought, was now a jumbled, agitated mess, its coherence shattered by the pervasive physical discomfort. The air in the veil, even within the sacred antechambers, felt heavy with the unseen irritant. The communal hum of somnia, usually so soothing, was now a constant low thrum punctuated by hundreds of individual struggles against the sneeze reflex. The rhythmic clatter of silent counting games was frequently broken by a sudden hoof, or ejku. The meticulous movements of the moss cultivators were punctuated by abrupt, violent jerks, sending spores flying. The careful, stern weaving of moonpetal gossamer was now a series of stop-and-start efforts, as weavers wrestled with their own noses, often resulting in dropped shuttles and tangled threads. Every aspect of their once ordered, quiet lives had been infiltrated by this absurd plague. The very act of concentration, so vital to somnian efficiency and meditation, was constantly undermined by the insistent primordial urge to sneeze. Productivity had plummeted, and a quiet panic, thicker than the deepest mists, was beginning to settle over the entire society. Kale and Elder Thistle eventually reached the chambers of deliberation. The scene within was equally, if not more, undignified. The venerable elders, pillars of Somnian society, were now a tableau of profound discomfort. Elder Thistle, seeing his colleagues in such a state, felt a strange, almost perverse sense of camaraderie. He was no longer alone in his suffering, though his own sneezes were, for the moment, less insistent than theirs. He suppressed a faint, internal chuckle, a concept so foreign to his usual self that it almost caused him to trip. Elder Thistle himself, having been out in the relatively harsher conditions of the shuddering woods, and perhaps subtly benefiting from the proximity of the umbral bloom on the return journey, found his own sneezes less frequent, though still present. His inner voice, when it projected to his fellow elders, carried a new, almost smug weariness. The umbral bloom is here. It is real. And the woods are exactly as Viridian described, and worse. His own experience had tempered his rigid traditionalism, albeit to the indignity of thousands of uncontrolled sneezes. His posture, while still regal, held a new slight sag, and his once immaculate robes were somewhat rumpled, tiny moss particles clinging to them. The High Dream Weaver, whose face was now a mask of profound exhaustion, their eyes perpetually watering and red-rimmed, managed to lift a trembling hand towards Kale, a gesture of silent welcome and desperate hope. Their inner voice, however, was immediately interrupted by a sudden, suppressed "ping," made their entire body visibly stiffen, their shoulders hunching. They closed their eyes for a moment, gathering their composure, then projected, their mental voice raspy and strained. Ikael the Bloom, you have succeeded at you. Forgive the indignity, the very airy. Their subsequent mental words were lost in a series of muffled, wet, nasal sounds that resonated painfully within Kale's mind. Elder Aspen, whose face was a perpetual grimace of discomfort, radiated a silent, profound relief, mingled with his own persistent nasal irritation. His inner voice projected, Ridian was right. The prophecy it is unfolding. The unseen dust it is everywhere. We must administer the bloom. Quickly, before we all are true. His mental words, usually so eloquent, were now punctuated by internal grimaces and external twitching. His usually precise hand gestures were now erratic, his fingers constantly brushing his nose. Elder Pebble, whose spectacles were now slightly askew, and whose every breath seemed to be a silent battle against an imminent sneeze, merely managed to project a vague mental image of the umbral bloom, overlaid with a silent, desperate "I please." The quiet. Restore the quiet. My soul, My sinuses, his entire being was vibrating with suppressed physiological revolt. Feridian, standing slightly apart, was the only one completely unaffected, their gaunt face impassive, their eyes holding a glint of quiet triumph. Their inner voice, clear and strong amidst the elders' silent, snotty struggles, projected. Thunder from within has returned. The cleansing can now begin. But remember, elders, the bloom is not merely a cure for the symptom. It is a symbol, a catalyst. It forces us to acknowledge the harmony in chaos, the truth in dissonance. We must learn to listen, not only to the whispers, but to the sneezes. The root tree, it has purged itself through the collective nose of Somnia. Now we must accept the expelled truth. Gagiman, min bisi fits to damaylight kamai. The umbral bloom, glowing faintly in their hands, its soft light illuminating the desperate, contorted faces of the Somnian leadership. They were heroes, in a way, having braved the cursed woods and returned with the only known cure for the ridiculous plague. But there was no applause, no adulation, no ceremonial welcome. Only the collective, silent struggle of a society too busy sneezing to recognize its own salvation, their gratitude expressed in the desperate internal pleas for relief. The irony was sharper than ever. They had saved Somnia, not with a grand, silent deed, but with a perfectly timed, intentional waku, and now the fruits of their labor were being received by a council whose primary concern was preventing their next, undignified nasal explosion. The profound absurdity of the entire situation was almost enough to make Kale, the quiet Somnian, let out a loud, hysterical laugh, a sound that would, of course, have been another unforgivable breach, even in this new, snot-ridden age. The path forward was clear, but it was fraught with the persistent, unsettling reality that their world, once defined by its exquisite silence, was now destined to be forever touched by the memory of a sneeze. Chapter 19. The new tradition, the chambers of deliberation, usually a bastion of profound, resonant silence, were now a tableau of dignified suffering. The venerable elders, their faces contorted in perpetual grimaces, their hands hovering near perpetually irritated noses, found themselves in a state of unprecedented, undignified chaos. Elder Tistel, a picture of weary indignation, was battling a persistent red sniffler that threatened to break into a full sneeze at any moment, his inner voice a frantic, silent litany of protests against the universe. The High Dream Weaver, their eyes red and watering, swayed slightly as a particularly insistent tickle threatened to overwhelm their decades of disciplined stillness. The arrival of Kale and Elder Thistle, clutching the glowing umbral bloom, should have been a moment of triumphant reunion, but the pervasive sneezing plague had rendered the entire Somnian populace incapable of anything beyond physiological self-defense. Veridian, however, stood impassive, a pillar of unsettling calm amidst the nasal pandemonium. Their gaze, sharp and knowing, swept over the afflicted elders. Gebloom, Veridian projected, their inner voice cutting through the internal clamor of discomfort. Not merely a symbol. It is a remedy, born of the chaos it is meant to quell. Its essence must be carefully released, not for suppression, but for calibration. I, Dreamweaver, fighting a violent internal shudder, managed a mental nod. Their own nose twitched uncontrollably. How, Feridian? The populace, the very air it is. And the... overwhelming. And he took the umbral bloom from Kale, its soft silver light bathing their gaunt features. They instructed Kale to stand ready, and then, with meticulous care, they began to prepare the remedy. A small portion of the bloom's deepest black petal was gently separated and ground into a fine, almost invisible powder using a specially consecrated mortar and pestle made of polished quartz that produced no sound. This powder, Viridian explained through inner voice, carried the harmonious resonance, the controlled chaos that spoke to the deeper irritation. It would not suppress the sneeze reflex entirely, but would instead attune it, bringing it under the dominion of conscious will, allowing the body to expel only what was necessary, and only when permitted. It was, in essence, a lesson in controlled expulsion, distilled into a powerful, paradoxical, botanical essence. The High Dream Weaver, despite their profound discomfort, was able to direct the administration of this new elixir. It was mixed into a thin, shimmering liquid, using purified water from the deepest, most silent springs of the Vale, then offered to the elders one by one in small, intricately carved moon-petal cups. Elder Tistel eyed his cup with suspicion, but the incessant tickle in his nose and the raw shame of his earlier, undignified explosions quickly overcame his resistance. He sipped, his face still grimacing, and waited. The effect was not instantaneous, nor was it a sudden dramatic cessation of symptoms. Instead, it was a subtle, creeping sense of relief. The constant, aggressive tickle in the nasal passages of the elders began to recede, replaced by a manageable, almost gentle presence. The overwhelming pressure behind their eyes lessened. Their bodies, which had been locked in a perpetual battle against impending sneezes, slowly relaxed. The twitching subsided. The hands, previously clamped over noses, slowly lowered. A collective silent sigh of profound, hacking relief swept through the chambers of deliberation. It was not the sacred sigh of meditation, but the weary exhalation of individuals freed from an absurd, relentless torment. The irony was palpable. They had been cured by the very plant that grew in the most chaotic place, activated by the very sneeze they abhorred, and now its essence brought them a fragile, paradoxical peace. With the immediate physical torment alleviated, the elders' minds, though still weary, could once again focus. Their inner voices, previously jumbled and frantic, began to flow with a renewed, albeit subdued, clarity. Elder Tistel, his nose still faintly sensitive, projected. It is undeniable. Yet this bloom, it is born of chaos. How can we integrate such a thing into our pure traditions? Key his mental words, while still rigid in their structure, now held a tremor of reluctant acceptance. Viridian stepped forward, their presence now commanding, their unblinking eyes fixed on the High Dream Weaver. The prophecy has been fulfilled, High Dream Weaver. The thunder from within has purged the unseen dust, the creeping rot beneath the root tree, not by destroying it, but by forcing it to reveal itself. The umbral bloom, the quieter of unruly breaths, is not a contradiction to our silence, but a redefinition of it. It teaches us that true stillness is not the absence of sound, but the mastery of it. It teaches us to listen to dissonance, for hidden within it may lie the very truths our perfect dreams cannot reveal. Oh, nani beside nani svantdekar. Who had stood silently observing, felt a strange surge of unexpected authority. They had lived the chaos, had witnessed the bloom's activation. Their own inner voice, still tinged with a lifetime of quiet humility, resonated with a new, quiet certainty. K. Bloom reacts to intention, Kale projected, addressing the elders directly. Note to suppression but to a controlled conscious exhalation. It is not about forcing the body to be silent, but about teaching the body to speak, even with a sneeze when the spirit wills it. The harmonious resonance is not a sound from outside. It is the focused intent within the sound itself. A High Dream Weaver, their expression a complex mix of relief, bewilderment, and a dawning, terrifying understanding, looked at Kale. The young Somnian, once an invisible mistake, was now their unwitting, paradoxical guru. Shu suggests then that the sneeze, The very sound we have so diligently purged from our existence must now become a part of our ceremony. The High Dream Weaver projected, the thought almost choking them internally. Viridian nodded, their gaunt face grave. Note a random sneeze, High Dream Weaver. Not the uncontrolled chaos, but a deliberate, conscious exhalation. A sneeze of intent, a controlled thunder from within. It is the only way to truly acknowledge the message, to integrate the dissonance, to prove that our collective consciousness can not only interpret the pure, but also the turbulent. It is the new attunement, a deeper understanding of the ancestors' true will. Ani, the elders, erupted in a fresh torrent of silent debate, though this time it was more intellectual and less physiologically driven. Elder Tistel, despite his profound relief, was still utterly horrified. A controlled sneeze? In the Grand Dream Chamber? It is an affront, a grotesque mockery of our sacred rituals. Our ancestors would recoil. Nay, he projected, his inner voice radiating absolute revulsion. But Elder Aspen, his own nasal passages now pleasantly calm, countered with new fervor. What is the plague? The undeniable chaos that consumed us. Was that not a greater affront? This sneeze of intent is a way to control that chaos, to channel it, to bring it into the fold of our understanding. It is a testament to our resilience, not our weakness. If the prophecy of the thunder from within is true, then we must embrace its manifestation, not deny it. The debate raged for hours, a silent mental maelstrom. Kale, still holding the umbral bloom, remained present, their unique experience lending an undeniable weight to their quiet observations. They spoke of the difference between an uncontrolled reflex and a deliberate act, of the profound internal focus required to shape the former into the latter. They described the harmonious resonances not as a loud sound, but as a quality within a sound, a resonance that only truly pure intention could create. It was a bizarre, almost mystical discourse on the acoustics of the human nose. Ultimately, the High Dream Weaver, swayed by Viridian's unwavering conviction, Kale's lived experience, and the terrifying memory of their own recent suffering, made the decision. The traditionalists like Elder Thistle were not entirely convinced, but the undeniable efficacy of the umbral bloom, and the widespread suffering it had alleviated, had weakened their resolve. The new tradition was born, in a twist of irony so profound, it seemed pulled from the darkest, most absurd corners of the cosmic joke. The sacred dream ceremony would, from that cycle forward, begin with the ritual of the controlled exhalation. It was an event so exquisitely designed to combine solemnity with inherent absurdity that it became a constant source of quiet bewilderment and grudging acceptance for the Somnian people. The Grand Dream Chamber was repurposed. At its very center, a new, small circular plinth was installed, crafted from the darkest, most resonant stone, designed to perfectly amplify the specific frequency of a controlled sneeze without allowing it to echo beyond its immediate vicinity. Upon this plinth a single living umbral bloom, now cultivated with meticulous care, pulsed with its faint silver light. The ceremony would now begin not with the administration of the elixir of profound slumber, but with a new rite, the preparation for resonance. All participants in the sacred dream ceremony, having undergone their weeks of traditional purification, would now also ingest a small, precisely measured dose of a diluted umbral bloom essence, designed to attune their nasal passages to the possibility of intentional expulsion. It would not make them sneeze, but it would ensure that their systems were receptive to the thunder from within. Then, just as the High Dream Weaver prepared to administer the elixir of profound slumber, a chosen Somnian, henceforth known as the Resonance Weaver, would step forward. For the first few cycles, this role fell, inevitably, to Kale, the accidental catalyst, the reluctant prophet of the sneeze. Kale, having mastered the difficult art, would stand before the umbral bloom, their face serene, their inner being focused. They would take a deep, controlled breath, allowing the errant pollen, a small, specially cultivated amount, now acknowledged as a necessary conduit for truth, to tickle their nasal passages. And then, with profound intent, they would perform a single, resonant, perfectly controlled gyachu. Yi, the sound, now understood to be a sneeze of intent, was not jarring. It was a sharp, focused burst, precisely calibrated to activate the umbral bloom's full luminescence and to send a specific harmonious vibration through the chamber. It was a sound that commanded attention but did not shock. The bloom would flare, radiating its silver light, and then, slowly, its petals would unfurl to reveal a shimmering new dream image, projected not from the collective unconscious of the sleeping participants, but from the combined energy of the bloom and the intentional sneeze. This dream image, a chaotic, sometimes fragmented, but undeniably truthful vision, would then be interpreted by the high dream weaver, often in consultation with Viridian, for its deeper, more nuanced meaning, often revealing a subtle problem, a creeping rot that the previous perfectly clear dreams had somehow overlooked. The rest of the ceremony would proceed as before, with the elixir and the collective slumber, but the initial, intentional sneeze, the thunder from within, became the crucial opening. The necessary act of acknowledging the full spectrum of ancestral wisdom, even its discordant forms. The irony was boundless. A society that had spent millennia purging sound now began its most sacred ritual with a controlled, ritualistic sneeze. The Somnian people, initially bewildered, slowly adapted. The children were now taught not just the rules of perfect silence, but also the story of Kale the accidental prophet, and the profound wisdom contained within the thunder from within. They learned to distinguish between an uncontrolled sneeze, still an unfortunate social faux pas, and the sneeze of intent, a revered ritual. Parents, no longer consumed by a contagious plague, would still occasionally twitch their noses, a lingering habit, but now with a knowing, almost wry understanding. The old terror of the sneeze had been replaced by a quiet, collective amusement at their own bizarre fate, and a profound, if uncomfortable, reverence for the unexpected. Kale, the once unremarkable individual, lived out their days as the first resonance weaver, forever marked by their singular sneeze. They were no longer an echo, but a vital conduit, a living bridge between the world of pristine silence and the unsettling, necessary truths, delivered through controlled chaos. Their life, once a quiet struggle against an inconvenient biological reflex, had become a testament to the fact that sometimes the most profound revelations come not in a whisper, but in a perfectly timed, utterly undignified, the Somnian world, in its pursuit of purity, had found its future redefined by a snotty sneeze, and in a strange, quiet way, it was a more resilient and perhaps a far more interesting place for it. The wisdom, they discovered, truly could come in the most unexpected and, ironically, the loudest of forms. Chapter 20. The legacy of the sneeze centuries rolled over the whispering veil, a myriad of seasons marked not just by the cycles of the deep slumber and the light awakening, but by the quiet, consistent rhythm of the new tradition. The grand dream chamber, once the site of Kale's ignominious blast, had been subtly, yet profoundly, transformed. The plinth at its center, now polished to a mirror sheen by countless generations of reverent hands, cradled not one, but a meticulously cultivated cluster of umbral blooms, their dark petals a velvet invitation, their silver luminescence a soft, steady pulse against the cool stone. The air, while still maintained at the perfect temperature and humidity, carried a faint, almost imperceptible hint of that sweet, earthy scent from the shuddering woods, a constant, subtle reminder of the chaos from which their renewed clarity had been born. The silence was still paramount, still revered. But it was a different kind of silence now, a silence that understood the necessity of sound, a stillness that knew the wisdom of disruption. The ritual of the controlled exhalation, once a bewildering and controversial innovation, had long since become the most sacred and anticipated part of the biannual sacred dream ceremony. It was no longer merely a preliminary step, it was the very opening of the conduit, the first breath of the communal vision. The title of Resonance Weaver, initially borne solely by Kale, had become an honored lineage, passed down through generations of Somnians who exhibited a rare combination of profound inner stillness and a peculiar, almost artistic, control over their own nasal passages. Children born with a natural propensity for dramatic sneezes, once viewed with quiet apprehension, were now secretly, and sometimes not so secretly, watched with a mixture of hope and trepidation, for they might one day manifest the subtle, intuitive understanding required for the sacred act. The Resonance Weaver, clad in robes of moon-petal gossamer woven with threads of umbral bloom fiber that pulsed with faint silver light, would approach the central plinth. Their movements were no longer a nervous, desperate effort to suppress. They were a deliberate, almost meditative dance. The congregation, gathered in the grand dream chamber and its antechambers, would hold their breath, not in fear of a transgression, but in profound, reverent anticipation. The Resonance Weaver would inhale deeply, allowing a wisp of specially released, purified Atonement pollen, a descendant of the errant dust, now cultivated for its precise irritant properties, to enter their nostrils. Then, with a focus so intense it seemed to draw the very stillness of the cavern into itself, they would perform the sneeze of intent. It was not a brute force explosion. It was a precise, resonant waku, a sound perfectly calibrated, not too loud to disturb the delicate sensibilities of the chamber, yet sharp enough to carry the specific harmonious frequency required. The umbral blooms would flare, bathing the cavern in a shimmering silver light, and from their illuminated petals, the collective dream vision would coalesce, projected onto the velvety moss walls. These visions were often complex, sometimes fragmented, containing elements of both pristine clarity and unsettling discord, reflecting the nuanced wisdom that Viridian had first spoken of. The High Dream Weaver, now assisted by a council of dissonance interpreters, a lineage descended from Viridian themselves, would then meticulously analyze these multi-layered dreams, finding guidance not just in the shimmering images, but in the subtle disturbances, the unexpected shadows, the very ambiguities that had once been dismissed as static. They had learned to read the creeping rot for signs of imbalance, for warnings hidden within the perceived imperfections of existence. Kale, the humble, accidental catalyst, had over the generations transcended their initial ignominious role. Their story, once a cautionary tale of unprecedented failure, had been meticulously rewritten, embellished, and elevated into the stuff of divine legend. They were no longer the person who sneezed during the ceremony. They were the first Resonance Weaver, the child of thunder, the one chosen by the ancestors to deliver a profound, paradoxical message when the Somnian people had grown too complacent in their silence. The errant dust sensitivity, once Kale's private shame, became a mark of divine predisposition, a sacred affliction that allowed them to connect with the very source of chaotic truth. The scroll of the unruly hum, once deemed heretical and sealed away, was now a central text in Somnian spiritual education, studied with the same reverence as the scrolls of the Great Awakening. Its prophecies, once terrifying, were now understood as complex insights into the cyclical nature of balance and imbalance. The great snuffle of the sixth cycle, once a symbol of unmitigated disaster and the folly of noise, was reinterpreted. It was now taught that the elders' sniffles, though uncontrolled, had been a rudimentary, albeit distorted, and by the ancestors to warn them of a deeper, unseen agricultural blight that year. The upside-down planting of the sun grain was, in this new narrative, seen not as a consequence of chaos, but as a misguided attempt to interpret a warning too discordant for their rigid understanding. The true error, it was now believed, was not the sound itself, but the Somnian people's inability to listen to it, to find the truth within the dissonance. Somnian children, far from being taught absolute silence as a universal law, were now instructed in the art of intentional sound. They learned to differentiate between noise, which was still seen as random and distracting, and resonant sound, which, when produced with clear intention, could carry profound meaning. While boisterous shouting and clanging metals were still unheard of, a quiet, intentional hum to soothe a distressed child, or a rhythmic, purposeful tap to signal a precise action, became acceptable, even encouraged. The society had found a new, more nuanced relationship with sound, a quiet acceptance that not all oral phenomena were disruptive. The constant, suffocating pressure to suppress every bodily function had lessened, replaced by a more relaxed, though still disciplined, approach. A subtle sniffle in a communal hall might still draw a quiet, knowing glance, but it no longer carried the crushing weight of a spiritual transgression. People learned to suppress unnecessary sounds out of respect, not out of existential terror. The elders themselves carried the legacy. Elder Tisdall's lineage, once prone to a persistent, dignified sniffle, became known for its controlled huffs, a subtle, almost imperceptible way of managing nascent sneezes without disturbing the flow of conversation. They were revered for their stoicism in the face of physiological rebellion, and their ability to maintain composure even when their noses twitched with an insistent internal tremor. Elder Aspen's descendants, the dissonance interpreters, were sought out for their ability to find pattern in chaos, to discern meaning in the most fragmented of dream images and the most unexpected of sounds. The High Dream Weaver's office, while still the ultimate spiritual authority, now operated in constant, nuanced consultation with the resonance weavers and the dissonance interpreters, their once absolute authority tempered by the understanding that truth sometimes arrived in the most undignified of packages. The Somnian people, in their quiet, reflective way, had learned to laugh, albeit internally, at the grand absurdity of their own history. The phrase, "May your breath be intentional, and your sneezes purposeful," became a common, unspoken blessing. The notion that their entire civilization had been saved not by an act of pristine purity, but by a snotty, involuntary expulsion of air, was a source of constant wry amusement. They acknowledged the cosmic irony in the fact that the very thing they had meticulously purged for millennia ultimately became a sacred conduit, a necessary truth. Their lives, while still marked by profound stillness, now embraced a deeper, more resilient understanding of harmony, one that incorporated the unpredictable, the messy, and the very human. And so in the whispering vale, where the air was always slightly damp and the moss always hushed, the legacy of the sneeze lived on. It was a legacy of profound irony, of unexpected wisdom, and of the enduring truth that sometimes the most mundane and embarrassing of human experiences can, in the grand cosmic scheme of things, become the very foundation of a thriving, if slightly peculiar, civilization. The Somnian people, perpetually quiet, but now subtly aware of the beautiful cacophony within and around them, continued their guided existence, their future illuminated by the soft, silver light of a sacred sneeze.